Alright everybody, we are back. Satisfactory continues. Sloppy alumina. I only apologize for many things, but for also being just late again today. Get into things in just a moment. Just want to tweet out that a video I made just went live, and also that the stream is live. Maybe we'll get some extra in, who knows, probably not. Twitter doesn't really move the needle even at big companies. Let's see. Live now. Satisfactory. Oh. Working on aluminum production. And if we have time, biofuel. Alright. Hello, Crazy Taco and Jason Clary and Treep Review and Nicola Murray. Xenon and Duchess. And also Torgy94 for dropping a channel membership. Just noticed something. Oh, maybe because the stream wasn't active. I was going to say this thing here hasn't updated yet for that membership, but maybe... Just see if I could refresh that very quick. Should do it straight away. I've seen it where it's actually not done it for quite a while, so that's why I'm like, ooh, maybe I should just hop on top of that really quickly right now. Oh no, actually, it's not for recent members. It is for recent super chats. Ah. Well, there you go. Now we know. Alright, yeah, I was just going to tweet really quickly that I'm live, although I don't have the link to my own stream, so I just have to go into YouTube and get it. There we go. Cool. Oh, no, it's not. Microsoft Edge does this annoying thing, many things that are subpar, I guess, but number one being when you copy a link, it copies like the title of the video and stuff and just doesn't give you the text. I just need the text, that's all. I'm copying the text, it looks like it, but it pastes as the, like a kind of an embedded version. You can't get the original text anyways. First world problem. Alright, we are good to go. Hop back out of this and jump back in. Alright, gonna be picking up where we left off. I had done a little bit of work today because I was in the... So when I woke up this morning, you know, what I like to do is, my routine is I get up and get my breakfast and stuff, get my bearings on emails and things like that, and then I'm usually just trying to hydrate. I always wake up extremely thirsty. I'm hydrating, trying to get some energy drink into me as well, so I can do some recordings and things. And just in that time, while I'm doing that, I decided to do a little bit of the cosmetics here of the Sloppy Alumina Factory. Just a little bit, very small amount. And so I'll just show what we've done really quickly. Not all the lights are in right now, but I made the pipes copper. And then I made chrome for the aluminum pipes. I decided to put in little bits where we can actually see what's, you know, how it's flowing, I guess, right? Need to paint this a little bit. Actually, there's only a bit left over. I put in a couple of lights that are activated when it comes on at nighttime. I've only got 2 at the moment. This is our little vehicle area, right? Our vehicles drive in the truck station and they turn around and make their way out. So no problem there. We just have this little light and then another one there, just for a little bit of character to the area. Trying to get better at making outdoorsy looking factories and stuff. So I was thinking of having a walkway here or something. This area is obviously not done, so I decided to kind of stop there because the scrap that goes out at the moment, we're going to make that into ingots and so on and so forth. Now, ideally, this would have another light on it. I was thinking another one could go there and just aim down onto the place. It's even just to see what that would look like right now while it's still nighttime, just to see. I would just temporarily just hook that up like that. Wow, right. If I just grab the context of this one, we'll apply it to that one, just see what it looks like. Just very quick. I always like going... well, I like to change the color of the lights depending on where we are, giving these ones a sort of light purplish hue. But I would say that's like probably too bright, you know? That might be better. Maybe. I don't know, it's kind of cooler without it. But anyway, we'll just leave it off. I'll just continue to sort out cosmetics in between episodes. Not much else to see, I guess. Oh yeah, I did do a little sign work actually down here. Take that off. So when I loaded in today, there was a hatcher right back where it was, and also the hog, the radioactive hog was around, so I just thought it'd be good to put in a little safety guideline. Just in case. And then down here, just, you know, rules about what to do. Set it to 250. Wait. Set it to 100. And that's how you restart the system. So yeah, I don't know, I was just messing around, I guess, this morning. I like it though, I think it looks a bit better than it did. Hello, Darren! Popping in to say hi, but I gotta go catch up. See you later, Thomas. And thanks, hi, and hello, David, and Jason. Like the stream, y'all. Get more people in here. Do likes make more people join streams? We know that for a fact. At least extended over here, I think. I'll open up my Mila note now and have a look at what we got to do. Because I think I'm going to be building up a floor or in another area. I haven't looked where I'm going to do it. Could have planned that, I suppose, but I was too busy building little signs. That made me smile. And painting things. I went with this kind of orange and blue color scheme for this factory, so that's what we'll stick with. Having those as hotkeys is great, but they keep changing, so I always misclick. But well. Now, earlier I could see... Oh yeah, there it is. I was going to say, I thought I could see the space elevator from here, but we can. Yep, the platform up ahead. So the awesome sinks are temporary. We could just quickly go over at what this factory does, for anyone who doesn't know. Just catch everyone up. Thanks, SS Army. Pipes look great. Good choice for the cosmetics. Yeah, I can't remember who said it, but someone said, you know, copper should really flow on the pipes. Or sorry, water. Let me back up. If you're using water on pipes, you should make it copper to make it like kind of realistic and stuff. And I was like, I don't know about that. But then I changed my mind. They're probably right. Not just because it's water. I just thought it'd be good to have them accent differently like that. So their joints I've used unpainted. So like that unpainted brushed metal. And then I just decided to make little segments that were the standard Mark 1, not the clean Mark 1. So every now and then, where it might be important to see the flow rate, we can. And I tried to line them up with each other as well. And then it just seemed to make sense. I was like, oh, I was kind of using a gray pipe for a luminous solution anyway. Let's use the chrome pipe or one of the other unpainted ones. So yeah, I think it looks good. The lights now work on the refineries. Remember, they weren't really showing in before. Now they do, and they look really cool because they really do light up the area and reflect off surfaces. So that's also nice. So yeah, we'll do more with that. I think I just needed to leave that one and that one. So there we go. Yeah, nice sheen to the place. Cool. A little bit better anyway. So we have to decide where this stuff is going to go. Let's talk about what this factory does right now. We'll set up our new to-do list and we'll get started. Should be here for about 4 hours at least. I'll try to push it to 5, but who knows. When we get that far, I'm just a bit late today. So we have bauxite coming in here. It's obviously not that obvious, I suppose, but it is an impure node. And then we've got another one right here. So 2 impure nodes roll into just 2 refineries, both underclocked to 75%. They take in 150 and 150 water. They put out a luminous solution. So it's a very baby mini aluminum setup, but we don't have much power right now. So the idea was, let's just get a little bit going. We'll advance the next milestones. Maybe then we can roll some better recipes, right? Maybe. Because you unlock them the further you go, depending on what you want, I guess. And then we can build our next one after we get better power and stuff. The next thing over, I'll read that in just 1 second, was, so the luminous solution just rolls into these 2 refineries then, similarly underclocked to 75% each, these 2, and they receive coal. So the coal, we know, comes in from our little truck station, which we set up in the distance, the coal extraction site 2, and our truck just sits there waiting for, I think we said 5 minutes, and then it makes a move. That's kind of nice. Pulls into the truck station, unloads, goes into both of those, and then the water that comes out of these as a byproduct of the scrap, because it's 270 and 270 scrap, so 540, which have to be on 2 separate belts actually, which they are, and then we get 180 water. So that water then cycles back around on the other side, right? So it just comes out there, cycles back around into the same loop. And we have a valve just here to prevent any kind of backflow, just in case that was going to happen. It probably wouldn't, but just in case. And then out there, we underclock that back to its standard setting of 120. But if we ever need to restart the system for whatever reason, we run out of water, something happens, all breaks down, we simply just go out to that one, kickstart it up to 300 per minute, wait till these get their power, and then bring it back down to 120. So that's how the place runs. You know, people were saying like, you know, it's a little scary trying to feed back in stuff and work that out. The same with silica, you can kind of feed that back in partially. That's why aluminum is a little difficult for people. And it's like, well, this is, if you break it down really simply, that's a very simple way to do it, right? And you just scale that up a bit, and then you have a bigger factory. It's no more complex in terms of logic. Just means that you'd have to add more of the same thing. Anyways, Shenanigan Ursus. Apologies for taking so long, and wow, thanks for a really big super chat. And he says, love the live streams. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was just checking something. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate that a lot. I was just making sure that this thing here updated. Oh, we lost our members. Oh well, it's okay. Obviously, I don't mind. It actually held on longer than I thought. Did you sit as your miner hut blueprints? Wow. I didn't use the miner hut blueprint. I have them in this game, and if you're asking if I've shared them, yes, I've shared them as well. But no, I haven't used them right now. That would be good for over here. We could probably use that one, just sits out there. This one may be different. I think I'm going to build up on top of this. So let's have a look at the plan for this place. So this is the first stage of our aluminum setup, right? And sorry, I missed... I just saw a notification for you going live, and I was watching one of your vids. I'm slowly getting through it all. Nice. And thanks. Oh, nice. You decided to stay around. A lot of people say that they're going to go back to the VODs. Or the stream... Yeah, the VODs. And then they'll catch the streams later. Which I don't mind. You know, it's all good. I just assume you're here either way, you know? And howdy, Chris. Hope everyone's day has been going... hope everyone's day is going, has been, or will be a good one. And hey, Major. Mine's been going decent. I've just been so busy. I feel like I don't know where my time goes. I don't do anything other than work all day, and then I still just feel like I don't get much done. Hope so. Hope so too, because that is one thing in the box that needs to stay in it. Don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm sure it meant sense based on whatever I said at the time. Hey, Jim and SS love autocorrect. It's okay, no worries. I'm like, sometimes I'm a little afraid. I'm like, am I going crazy again? Because that happened once before where I couldn't read anything. But it's like, oh no, it's just a little bit of grammar is off. I have no problem with that. You know, people typing on their phones or whatever the case, it's fine. Just, it's a little doubt on myself if it's me or not. HasDS says, I'm still about 5 streams behind, but I thought I'd drop in and say hi while you're live. Thank you, HasD. Appreciate that. He said the walkways look good. Notice a small issue with descriptions on your video. You have links to the other 2 channels, but they return 404 pages. Interesting. Test this out. Well, I logged into YouTube and it said something went wrong, so that's good. So you said maybe the streams have links, right, to other channels and they're not working? Let's see. City building channel. Click. So what Darren plays city builders? That should work. I think YouTube's changed, so now I'm kind of in the way, but I think you have to put an @ in there. Yeah. There you go. Okay, I'll add the @ What's really interesting about that is the fact that the description understands that it's a YouTube link, and it kind of looks like it would work, you know? I guess it's just reading the first part of it. Anyway, thanks for that. Yeah, I'll make a note and try to update them afterwards. Not that I think many people clicked them, but you know, it's good to have it right, obviously. Alright, so this is what I was going to show you. We are basically at this point of the chain. Alright, we've done that part. And we haven't done the next part. So we need 9 smelters, 10 smelters in total, I guess. A little bit of copper. 9 smelters doing the aluminum ingots. And then 1 assembler for the alclad and 2.66 constructors for the casing. It could be possible to make the bottles like people were saying. We might think about it. Alright, so we just need to decide where we're going to put those smelters. You know, we've got 540 scrap on 2 belts. So we could do... This is 2 belts, and it's 9 smelters. Maybe we'll do 10 smelters, you know, 5 and 5, and just underclock to whatever we need for each line. And then they just go into a handful of constructors. Yeah, alright, cool. Let's get started. I'll widen out my chat so I can see more. There we go. Also got some Baileys today. It's a special limited edition tiramisu. Cheers. Oh, it's an abstract of out-of-the-box thinking in Pandora's box. Sorry, autocorrect is an issue for me. As many words get backed up on Meltdown screws, that's okay. Yeah, it formats the HTML, but yeah, weird. I mean, it used to be that you didn't need the @ but obviously now you do, so I guess that's broken my links, because I've definitely... Anyway, it doesn't matter, but yeah, thanks for the heads up. Actually, I should make a note, because I will forget that. I'm gonna write links, description. Alright. Okay, so, yeah, I think it just makes sense to kind of, you know, if the belts are here, and let's say they travel along here, and they go out and up, they could kind of go out entrances that are up above this one. So maybe, if it's not right there, maybe one or two up. Just want to clear that miner. It's just because there's a lot of open space here that seems like good space for it, to me. Whereas there's okay space here, but you have to build quite tall to get over the refineries. So I'm thinking we just use the kind of space here. Makes sense to me. Let's just see, if we were to grab this, go across, that clears the miner, but quite tight. But I think it's okay. Miners are tall. Wouldn't be able to do a different type of roof, though. Ah, okay, to be safe, I'll go up higher. Let's just do that, and that, and then we'll blueprint across. Oh, I should update that to-do list, actually, to say what we're doing. The next thing, then, is we'll mark what we've already done, I guess, in the chain. Floppy alumina. Aluminum scrap. So that's where we're at. Next up, value ingots. And then casing and heat. And if we have any time after that, which I don't think this will take too long, we could start thinking about biofuel. Because people have asked me to do that, and I think it'd be a good thing to do in the medium term. Medium term, before we get to the bigger fuel factory after this one. After we're done with this factory, I mean. Okay, so architecture, 2-layered foundations. What do we have? Fix it on top, concrete on bottom. Concrete on top, grip metal on the bottom. Yeah, that's what I want. That's... nice. It's so dark in this region because of the trees blocking the light coming in. An interesting place to build. I don't think I've ever built anything here. Who are you replying to, Jim? Oh, sorry, it's Slick. I just missed what he said. Just now tuning in. Is the game worth it for $39.99? Is the price of the game worth it? I'm interested. It depends what $39.99 is worth to you, I suppose. I somewhat have a pet peeve of people saying, is it worth it? Because it's like, well... for hours, I mean, I've got 1,600 hours in the game, so it's like, is it worth it? I mean, per dollar, yeah, obviously there. Are you going to get that much time out of it? I have no idea, you know? But it's like, yeah, it's an automation game. If you like Factory, if you've never played an automation game, then that's probably why you're asking the question, I would imagine. If you have, you probably know. But in terms of automation games, which is like a game where you build sort of factories, and that's the fun is in the building, for the most part. This is probably the second best, if, you know, it's in the top 3 anyway, for sure. Where you rank those might be different depending on your playstyle. Factorio is kind of considered the best, but that's like a 2D game, so it's like, well, maybe not for you. But it's an infinite world with like all these enemies you can fight. Dyson Sphere program is 3D, but it's like a fixed perspective, but it's a very large scale, so that's quite cool. This game is, you know, first person, on the ground, building, walking around your own factory, so you kind of get the almost AAA polish to it. But there's probably less of the factory, real deep factory building that you get in those other games. But I think it's tremendously worth it. I mean, even if I didn't have all these hours, before I had all these hours, I remember it's a great co-op game, playing with friends. But it's a game where you do have to be self-motivated and just be interested in the notion of just building for the sake of it. Because that can be a turn-off to a lot of people. A lot of people will say like, oh, I don't really see the point. Like, what am I building all this for? It's like, well, you're just kind of doing it. Hit the targets. It's like, well, what do the targets do? Nothing really, you know? Not really. There's kind of a thing in there now. I'm still discovering. But it's you shouldn't be playing for that. It's not really the point. So yeah. Hope that kind of helps. How many people can play with? Are there achievements? There are achievements. It just got its 1.0, so kind of early access. So now's like the best time to ever play it because it has all the content. You can play with 4 people officially. Unofficially, you can get a server and play with like 16 people or even more. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, on Steam, it's one of the highest rated games ever. So there's also that. It's overwhelmingly positive, like 98% or something. Super high. It's not just the hardcore community that like it. It's sold millions of copies, you know. It's quite an approachable factory building game, I guess. It's very addictive. Great game to have on while you're listening to podcasts or watching streams and things like that, I think. Make sure that wall isn't going to come out there too much. Yeah, it's a bit too much. Okay, that's fine. We'll be as far as we go then. Out of concrete for a bit, so we'll just work with what we have. Alright, so I said that this is where our stuff is going to come in. We could even bring it higher. It has to be 2 belts going in. So we could make it that. Alright, so I'm just going to get this stuff in. Okay, so we know that both belts 1 and 2 are going to be traveling along here. These 2 buildings, these yellow buildings, they'll be gone. That we're going to be like somewhere like here. I'll need them to be on top of each other at first. And they'll need to go up quite high. They need to clear that area. That'll clear that. That one. Alright, so they travel together. Ah, yeah, so then we'll need to shift their direction. I think how best to do that. Yeah, I guess they'll just have to have 2 different turn points. That's okay. Bring that up pretty high for now. And then this one will be going here. Come back. Ah, that's annoying that has to clip through there. It doesn't have to. You can shift that this way instead. I think I'll give it a shot. It looks fun to me. I'd say it's worth the, you know, Steam 2-hour trial. Give it a shot, and if you don't like it, you know, return it if you're not into it. I would imagine it, for most people, it get its hooks into you. I'd never played an Automation Factory game. I loved Satisfactory from the start. I now have 200 hours in it. And that's a family, as a father with active kids and a full-time job. Yeah, so this was my first, I know it wasn't my first factory game, but I remember when it got revealed. Like 2016 or something at the PC Games show at E3, I was like, who plays these games? Like, I was really like, what's this all about? You just build for the sake of it. I really thought it was not dumb, but I was like, who is that for? You know? This should really be here. And it was, in fairness, a lot more janky looking back then, to be fair. So I had a bit more reason to be critical, but I was streaming on Twitch and watching it back, like we were watching it live at E3, so I was part of it. Right, so anyways. But yeah, so then when I played it, I was like, I think I left a review on the game on Steam saying like, I never thought that I'd be interested in a game like this, you know, that a game about just building for the sake of it. But it is really fun, like it's just something about it. And I liked Factorio because at least there was like, you know, creatures and things to attack and stuff. I knew it wasn't going to be far enough forward. God, how many times? I guess with straight belts, I don't have to be as particular with this because it will just right angle itself in there. I don't have to worry about it too much. You don't do as much boring building as I'm doing right now. I'm being very particular with certain things. But, yeah, anyways, long story short, it didn't seem, like, interesting to me either until I played it. So, hopefully that also just adds some perspective. It's not like I'm like, oh yeah, I love all these types of games and I play them all. It's like, actually, I really only play Factorio and this. One of them needs to be lower, of course. Alright, straight belt, in you go. You'll go here. Right, so that's where the belts are going to go up, and they go straight into here. I was just thinking, should they go higher? No, I don't think so. Wouldn't want to do that. Right, and we need 10, so I had a look and looked it up. 10 smelters is what we're going to need for the 540. The 540 divided by 2 is 270, right? 270? 270 is what we need. Alright. So I'm just going to paint it out on the ground, and then we'll work out where these need to go. So this belt's coming in. I suppose we could go lengthways that way. Probably makes sense. So smelter takes up 2 foundations, I think. But it's not even wide enough for one. Yeah. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the other 5 will just go straight in front of it. That's fine by me. Does that leave 2, 3, 4, 5? It leaves 2 gap on either side. And I'll put the middle point on the center of that foundation. Cool. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need a gap here. Start here. It's a gap for the other line to go through. I think I could go up another layer. Or we could push down there. I guess we can actually just push down there because there's really not that many buildings left. We only need a couple more machines left. I was thinking we could reverse these, and then they all send their stuff up the center, you know, into the next floor up, but we don't need to go up any higher, I don't think. Factorio worth the buy? Yeah, Factorio, in my opinion, is the best factory game. Don't forget, Minecraft, you can always call that your first. That is, I always call that my first automation game. I think it is the first automation game. I could be wrong with that, but when Factorio got the Tekkit mod, I'd never heard the... I mean, there's games where you could craft before, but were there games that you could automate that process? I don't know. You'd have to enlighten me. I remember when I first said that a while back, people were like, Factorio? It's like, no, that mod was before Factorio. Way before it, actually. Kind of interesting to think about. I think I will actually raise this, because I think it'd be nicer for walking around, that we don't have to duck under it, so we could just float above me. Leave that there for a second. Yeah. I'm not going to bring them down into each row. Ooh, also, I just thought... Oh, no, that'll be okay, yeah. Alright. Take that one in first. Volume is pretty high. I feel like I should leave a little space. Go in the center. Over there. I'm going to bring that one into here. And that one is going to go along and they go down that way. They're both going to turn. But they'll turn last minute. It should look okay. Alright. Again with the hover pack sliding. I don't know if anyone's found that mysterious hotkey. Now, aluminum, pure aluminum ingot, 60 per minute. So 60 belt going in there is totally fine. We'll just copy that into each one of these. That's just for, sorry, God, I've already missed so much chat. Jim Byron probably had you covered anyway. I'm actually not a huge fan of the soundtrack of this game. He likes it, but I'm not that big into it. Minecraft soundtrack, even Factorio. This one, It has its moments for me anyway. Darren's videos is what made me buy the game in early access, and it's my most played game of the year. No competition. What do you think of Mr. Beast? I don't think of Mr. Beast. Don't forget Minecraft. Oh yeah, I read that. Factoria. Just finished phase 2 of my solo world. Last I checked your stream, you were on oil. Holy progress. Well, we're only doing a very small aluminum factory, to be fair. So we're not that far ahead, to be... Yeah. Play modded Minecraft? I'd really love to do that. That would be my dream, to get there, but it's not happening anytime soon. Am I going to stream when Factorio 2.0 comes out? Maybe. I haven't thought about it. Probably not until I beat this game. Factorio is too... I love Factorio, but I'm not advanced enough for it. And there's creators out there that are just so much better. It'd be like... I'd be like baby steps learning the game, you know? It would just be... I think people would be bored watching me play it. Most people who are playing that game are like just... They click a button and a whole factory builds itself on these giant blueprints. Like, I couldn't even figure out how to get stuff into like 4 science packs into one science station thing. I just couldn't do it. So, and then I always lose the game because I run out of material and I can't get over to the next area fast enough. I say always. I've failed at it twice. Got like 50 hours. I love it. I think it's great, but it's the type of game where I'd need to invest serious hours to get better at it. And I suck at trains. So. Hoverpack's been weird for me in 1.0. My favorite thing about Factorio was the thing they removed. It was the campaign. I actually quite liked it. And then they said they weren't going to do it anymore. I made a video on Factorio back in the day and it got like 500,000 views or something. Alright, cool. I think I'm mostly caught up. Sorry if I've missed anything very small or individual. I don't have a problem with Mr. Beast. I just don't really... I don't watch his content or care. To me... Here's what I think of Mr. Beast, I guess. He's a guy that'll do anything for views, right? It's like, I'm just going to figure out what the algorithm is and just do whatever that is then. That's it. So to me, that's like very soulless. And I think it's great that someone wants to do that and he's found great success. It's no jealousy or anything, but it's... I couldn't do that, you know? I just couldn't do it. I couldn't even begin to think that way. It's the same mentality that people have when they're like breaking games, like for content and stuff, like the Spiffing Brit. No hate against the guy, and he's super big. Loads of people love that type of content, but like, you're ruining the game. But he obviously doesn't see it that way. You know, it's fun to ruin the game or whatever, but I can't do that. I just can't do it. It goes against what I enjoy, like why I play games. I don't play games to find the system and break it or exploit it or game it. I play games to get really immersed in the world. I get really immersed in the world. I don't know if it's sad or what, but I basically, I'm like, yeah, this is like real life, pretty much. You know? It's like ultimate escapism. So as soon as you start to peel back the layers and show how the game works, I'm like, you're ruining the game. For me. No matter what the game is. It could be an entirely systems-driven game, and I still don't want that to be broken. And it's the same with with YouTube. It's like YouTube's a creative thing for me. You know? I joke that I'm a really bad YouTuber, because I am, because I just don't look at my analytics, and I don't care about the stuff. I like to make videos, and it's so cool that people like to watch them and interact and stuff. And it's great that you can make a living on it, but I'm not in it to make a living from it, if that makes sense. I do make a living from it. So that's what I think of Mr. Beast. It's like, interesting that someone is out there will just do, like, if the algorithm made it so that hour-long videos are the best, he would start doing hour-long videos, you know? Or if the algorithm made it so that, I don't know, all your videos have to be 30 seconds, that's what he'd do. So it's like, well, you don't exist then, to me. You're just like a factory. You'll just do whatever makes your videos go furthest. But aside from that, I think it's interesting that he does like he helps the people who are hungry and all that kind of stuff, if it's true. Alright, 4 dots away. 4, I think that was there. Hopefully I didn't spill over too far. Check that. Yep. Yeah, I really like Oxygen Not Included. I played it before. So I've been content creator for like 7 years, and I used to review PC games. So I've played a lot just through doing that. So my other channel was called Republic of Play. This one. And did well enough, but it didn't continue to do well. It was just random. It's like, oh, like a video would be like 12,000, others like 30,000, others like 50,000. It's just like, it's just all over the place. One gets like 85,000, but there's also no consistency. It's all just random stuff. But yeah, like Oxygen. The reason I bring this up is if you're ever wondering have I played a game, you could almost just search it on this channel and you'll see if I have. So I did play it. I did it in a series called Should You Play? The answer, yes. It's very good. I found it quite tough though, actually. But yeah, most games in there. You know what's really funny? Satisfactory. Satisfactory is excellent. 28,000 views. Now that took a long time to even get there. I remember for ages it was on like 5,000. I was like, my god, I put so much time into making this video. I haven't watched it since. And just like, it just so horribly performed. And the same with this one, Hell Let Loose. And you might be like, oh, they're quite different. But the reason I did that video is because I did a Hell Let Loose video before that. And I got nearly 400,000. So I was like, well, I just don't know what to do anymore. So I eventually just stopped uploading to this channel and just decided to do Let's Plays because at least they were somewhat consistent and reliable. One of my best videos ever, I think anyway, is the History of Naval Battles. I recommend that if you like Total War. You found me through the Hard Space Shipbreaker review. That's interesting. I really like that game. I got you live, only 2 episodes behind now. Hoping to watch you live next week. Thanks, Joe. Sorry again if I'm missing people. There's nothing I can do about it at this point. You play a game legit first, then you break, use codes, and cheat. Yeah, maybe some people do. I never do. And I don't begrudge anyone for doing it. I never want to come across as preachy. I'm just saying for me, my brain is broken in the other direction. Where it's like, if you start piercing the veil of showing me that the game's not real, I get very upset. Or I lose interest almost completely. Not in the video, but the game. Alright, so there's our 5 smelters. We're actually going to underclock them even slightly, so we need them to take in 270. 270 divided by 5 is 54. So instead of taking 60, they're going to take 54. How do we get that number? I can't click that one. Okay, so it's 90%. Great. Then we have to hook up their mergers to send these things out. Alright, so that's set. Much like this, we can go about there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think even there would be better. Excuse me. Alright, so they all combine up. So according to our document, we need 240 to go one direction and 30 to go a different direction. They have to kind of merge up onto the same belt. And then we'll split 30 off. Excuse me. The same length. I was just checking. It feels like they're not. Hi, hi. Hey, Chunky Oreo. How do you game review? Is it an actual job? No. I mean, that's a broad thing. Like, how do you review a game? I reviewed game. Everyone's style is different. Ultimately, it's just a video on YouTube. So it's like, okay, how do you tell people about a product and inform them, I guess? But other people do it in an entertaining way, more entertaining way, silly way, and other people could do it in a way where it's like more breaking down the game design. It's not about buying it or anything. It's more just like, you know, a critical analysis of a certain type of game or something. It all just depends what style you want to do. But for me, I did very analytical reviews. I would be very informational. And I tried to be objective, and then I throw in a little opinion, but mostly I tried to be objective. Middle mouse button selects a building for me, though. Control C, Control V for normal copy paste. Yeah, so you can copy a building like that. If you want to copy what's in here, you can obviously click copy, or you can press Control C while looking at the building, and then press Control V to paste it on. Easy one. Alright, so this is now going to come out and merge up here, although I wanted to do it higher up. Too steep. The hell's that all about? There you go. Oh. Must have been raised by accident. Alright, so this will be our 270. How much is it? 270. So, tier 3 belt is all we need actually for that. Alright, so we need to split 60 off this, or 30 off of it. It's quite easy. Should be anyway. Do that in just one sec. There we go. There's multiple ways of doing it, but we'll do it in what I think is a simple way. The first thing I want to do, though, is put down the next machines. Those are the smelters. Doesn't include the copper just yet. The copper will have to come in from somewhere else, actually. Ooh, actually, the copper's coming in from over that direction, so that works out quite well. We need 3 constructors doing casing, 1 assembler. 3 constructors doing casing. Pretty easy. Move it to somewhere like here. So 1, 2, and 3. And then one of them needs to be an assembler. And that's got to take in copper from the other side. I mean, I could just manifold it, actually, instead of having to do anything. Any splitting at all. I think I'll probably just do that. Right, so... yeah, this way it just the rest goes in here. Not a big deal. Now, you guys need casing. That's 90 per minute, so we need a Mark II belt going in. Although it'll be underclocked a little bit, and this is going to be alclad aluminum sheet, which needs 30, so that can be a Mark I. Alright, nice. So our 2 smelter lines, 10 smelters combined together, goes in here. So these need to operate at... they need to consume 240. 9, 18, 27. What's 240 divided by 3 is 80. You're taking in 90. We need to go to 90%, is it again? 81. Oh. It's awkward. 88.8, I guess. Yep. That consumes 80. 53.33, so 53.333 recurring times 3. 160. That we said we'd make? Yep. Alright, this will need its copper 10 per minute, so I have to go look for copper. Opinions on 5 iron to 20 screws recipe. That's really good. I recommend it. Cast screws, yep. I've got a whole factory built for it in update 8. If you ever check out my save file for update 8, the iron factory in Grassy Fields is built with a bunch of these blueprints, stacked constructors, 8 screws, so that's it right there. And each one is doing cast screws. That's 2 components to it, actually. There's 4 machines on the bottom. There's another version here with just 1, because it's 5 on the bottom, 5 on the top, and they're underclocked to some amount anyway. And they're perfectly balanced for 480 ingots to just go in, and it then produces, like, I don't know, a huge amount of screws. But it's one of my favorite factories. It's really, really good. It looks great as well. I was really happy with it. So yeah, cast screws, really good. Yeah, that's true. You can hit E to switch between different buildables. What is your headset and how do you like it? I have a HyperX Cloud Orbit S. I love it. It's great. I can't say that I have great what's the word, like a palette for using lots of different headsets. I haven't really used that many. I used Sony MDRs before and they were really good too. These are really great. They're a little big. The head looks quite chonky wearing them. Really thin without them. But they are fantastic for noise cancellation. I really don't hear much outside of them. And they're quite loud and good. Drawback would be they're not wireless. It'd be nice to have a wireless option. You can plug them out and they just go dead. But you can use an auxiliary cable, I suppose, to kind of, if you're getting a power from your phone or something, they'll be powered. So, little drawback there. And the other drawback is I've had 2 pairs. The first pair, the band, I think somewhere just on the edges, snapped. Now, I think it's probably my fault, but I didn't do anything too crazy, but I did put them in a bag. I put them in a bag and went on a flight, listened to them on the plane, and I remember getting out, landing or whatever, and then taking them out, and like one of the cups was starting to be a bit loose, and I could see that it was cracked, like a bit of the plastic was cracked. I was like, damn. So I emailed HyperX and I said, hey, the plastic bit has just come loose, like everything works fine. Is it possible like to just get a component shipped? And I'll pay for it. I just want to be able to fix them and just use them without buying a whole new one. And they just sent me a whole new one. So I have both. So because of that, I'll buy again. How you keep a customer, I guess. But it's worth mentioning, someone in my Discord did buy them and they had the same problem and they did not get a second pair. So could be a common thing. I haven't had it with these ones though. And it's the same model. And I've had these longer, so I don't know. I guess if you do get them, just be careful. Right, copper. I meant to actually look where that is. Over there. Alright, let's go see if we can bring this over in a somewhat seamless way. Busy area with lots of enemies though. It's such a shame, we only need 10, you know, it's so low. Have to come all this way for it. It's tempting to set up a little truck though, that could do it, but it wouldn't have anywhere to get its fuel. Coal would be quite far. I'll probably just belt it. Yep, guess we're gonna belt it. Right, to do that then, let me find the world grid and then just follow where it would lead. Just to be a little lazy just here at first, just gonna go quite high up. I don't know if I can, probably can't even climb that. And now I'm just gonna go in a straight line across just to see where that kind of leads. And then on the way back, I can kind of gauge, yeah, where we need to bring it in and where we can make a nice straight bridge. So it's over there. Okay. I think it'd be better to go along the tree. So if we brought it out from along that way. Straight line. Doesn't need to be this high, by the way. We just keep going this direction, then we just bank left and go into the factory somewhere over there. Alright, what we'll do. I'll be removing this, and it's just going to go straight in there. Okay. Anyways, drones don't have drones yet. Do I? No. How do you subscribe? Like the payway. How do you become a channel member? It should be a button called join. Next to the channel icon or the avatar for the channel. So you just click join, and then there's like membership options. For as little as $1.99. How many awesome shops do you build to require a factory for screws? So I'm guessing you mean awesome sinks. How many awesome shops do you build to require a factory for screws? I don't really know what that means, actually. I can't even work that out. Yes, awesome shops need screws. To be built, they need 500. But you only ever need one. You don't ever need to make any more. I build awesome shops a lot. I like to use them as decorations. Oh yeah, same. I don't have a dedicated factory for screws. I still use the couple constructors I built at the beginning for the hub. Oh yeah. We're just chatting back and forth in chat. I know, I'm trying to like look and keep up and see is anything relevant to me. Good afternoon, Ace. I showed a cool elevated train system. What does your dream train system look like? My dream train system? Well, I was watching Bits' stream today, actually, because it came up and recommended. And his trains look really cool and all, but I can't help but think they look great, don't get me wrong. But it just seems like too much material. Like there's fences and poles and lights all the way. And that's great and everything, but there is an object limit to the game. So I'd be just a little worried about building a rail line as complex as that. Obviously, you can just blueprint it. It's not the challenge of the build. It's more I would rather keep it really simple. But maybe that's just impractical of me. I don't know. Or like randomly hesitant for no reason. Steph Zahar, thanks very much for the channel membership. But yeah, so my dream train line would be one that kind of almost looks like his. I'd need to draw it to kind of explain it. I kind of have like... My idea would be it would look almost like a monorail. Like the suspended rails that go around cities and stuff. The train like hanging from the... like underneath here. And you can kind of make it look like that. A little bit by cheating a bit. Other than that though, yeah, it'd be one that has like lights going all along it. I'd have big boards that indicate different things. So the original plan was to have all these different transport hubs all around the place. So I'd need like 4 lines going next to each other in certain parts of the world. But I had a pretty good train line in my Update 7 playthrough. I was pretty happy with it. I'll just really quickly show what I made. It's very quick. Won't take too long. So the very center of it, the center of the line would just be concrete. Then I would have a frame foundation on one side and it would clip into the center. That. Then like that. This was before nudging and it was before blueprints, so this was a pain to build. But this is what it would look like, broadly, and then you'd have the actual rail. That I think would travel down both little bits, like the gaps on that side, gaps on this side. You get the idea. It's basically just like that, but from afar, you'd have these things, like the way they looked, it looked quite good, and I would actually travel cables along the inside. Now, I know it transfers power, but the cables would go into other things. There would be these structures every now and then, like the big frame pillar would be... whatever, it wouldn't be quite there, but you get the idea, just broadly speaking. God, just let me build it on top, for fuck's sake. Right, something like that. That would then go across, like this, and that would then come down. I guess on the other side, here. And then here there were these big lights that would shine like forward and back, so as you're going through, and the signals will be at every time you cross one of these. So I like that, you know, it's fairly simple looking, and then there'd be a little walkway on top and it would be covered a bit. But that's like the original styling I used for the first train line I did, and I don't know, I'd really get more creative or complicated than that, because it didn't seem like too many, excuse me, components. Anyways, sorry, I didn't get a chance to read that. So Steph Zahar, I caught. Skyledge became a channel member as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Christopher Smith also became a senator, or tier 2'd out of his mind. And then Kenrick Grunwald gifted 5 memberships as well. So thank you both, Christopher and Kenrick. And then those ones went to Jacob Boone, Leviathan, Andy Myers, Pop-Tarts, and Bomatic. And then Kenrick also dropped a little super chat and said, loving the series. Thank you. Hopefully all caught up on that. I think a single smelter for aluminum produces 30 per minute, so you could just hook up a single smelter to the assembler. I've underclocked them, so they actually only do 27. But I was thinking that originally, yeah. I could underclock it where I only underclock one machine. I leave all the others at 100%, and then that one could just go in. But this way it works as well. It all works. Alright. I'm just going to stick this out in the open. I'm not going to do anything too crazy to it. We need 2 equipment workshops. Now, I meant to say, we're not going to go up that high, but I need to find the minimum height that we're going to go up to. I completed Factorio once with a friend, then continued with Industrial Revolution 3 Overhaul. Spent around 190 hours to complete it. Also started... That's actually not that long. So good job. Started space exploration already around 400. What's this? Is that a different mod? I know there's a mod for space exploration. Now they're making like an actual DLC for it. I don't know if it's the same people or what. I heard something like they were just using... like they hired the modders or something. I don't know much about it. Can I go lower than this? This is the height that I want to continue at. Have to go out just one more. This will be our bridge. I'll do that nice bridge that we have, the kind of rail line bridge thing, or whatever it's called. Blueprint we used in the other factory anyway. I'll just need to find the start point, which is going to be here. And then we'll chop all the trees out of the way. Do you have anything to heal? No. Oh, I do. I have medical inhalers. Yeah, good. Alright, we can take them on a bit. Cool. So, just really quickly, we'll start here. I need to get my blueprints, and it's going to be steel walkway with belts. It'd be tempting. Maybe I should load this up. It's only going to be 1 belt. It's got room for 2. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's just build the blueprint designer and just modify it slightly. Oh yeah, we could change the colors as well. That'd be a good idea. Right, so there's the power and there's the poles. Those. Now we can change the colors a bit. So I'll just use the colors I'm using in that factory, which is copper orange. Copy and paste that. Right. And then dark gray with copper orange flare. Please. Cool. Alright, we'll just save that. I'll just save it over the same one, whatever. What is hotkey 0? It's to paint things. Like this. Right, blueprints. Steel walkway with belt updated. Now we know if the arrow is facing that way, that is where points are. Snap that in. That's the first one. Now we can just very easily plop them all down. We just get rid of all this. Needed to know how far in a line we were going out. We switch to blueprint mode. Blueprint mode on this. And we want the arrow not facing there. Always need the arrow facing away from us. Should be able to get rid of all those trees. God, it's so hard to see in there. Alright, we'll just stop there for now. Alright, now we just clear the veg. And we'll only clear the things that are in the way. Alright, hey, Myth C. Oh, don't worry about being late. I was late. Yeah, you can place blueprints. You can place anything on that hotbar, pretty much. Except for consumables, I guess. But, yeah, it's great. You can put down colors. And there's obviously 10 hotbars, so I often will make a hotbar that's completely dedicated to, like, belts and splitters. That'll be my standard one. Then there's, like, one for pipes, then there's one for hypertubes. Then often I'll do one for cosmetics. I haven't really done that in this playthrough. Or one for blueprints. Like, when I'm in a factory, I know I'm using a lot of different blueprints. Like, if I'm building cosmetic walls that have... So sometimes I'll have a blueprint just for the wall, a blueprint just for the window segments, then I'll have, like, you know, because you have the colors applied that way, and you might not want to do it over a big long blueprint because maybe the way the foundations line up, you need just a segment, so you just segment it real quickly that way and they latch to each other anyway, so it's pretty quick. Yeah, it can save you a bit of time. Hey, Legio. I spent 2,000 hours in the game and probably just as much comparing recipes and planning. Wow. It's just like so much time to think about planning stuff for a game. Hey man, as long as it's time enjoyed, all that matters really. Oh, you didn't used to be able to get rid of these in update 8, actually. Forgot about that. These small little pink trees. Oh, they drove me mad. Couldn't get rid of them in the quartz factory I built. This is looking a bit nicer now, right? We just have to hook up the belt underneath and then also the power lines. Don't mind little bits of shrubbery hanging over. That's part of the charm, I would say. I guess it's because of this forest, but it feels like it's just been dark the entire time we're playing here, because the trees cover the, wow, it's already been an hour, actually. That is crazy. Because the trees cover the sunlight, I guess. Still can't remove the Titan trees? No, that would be a bit extreme, I think. I think they're kind of... I kind of agree with not being able to remove them. The Sky UI mod is updated? Nice. I just don't plan on using any mods just yet. I make my own manual for it, nicer than spreadsheets. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Game manuals, man. Miss those. They're making a bit of a comeback. I follow a guy on Twitter who does PlayStation stuff. His name is, his Twitter handle is Too Old for Gaming. And he makes, I'll just show it really quickly. He does Kickstarters. Quite small, only ever gets a couple thousand people or whatever. But he does Kickstarters of like making his own books and magazines. So he does like a retro PlayStation magazine. And the reason I bring him up is because he makes his own game manuals as well. So whenever a new game comes out, like Astrobot came out for PlayStation, he's like, oh, we have I'm making a manual, and you can purchase it on his like Etsy or something. And it looks great. It's like, oh wow, like we don't get manuals anymore, but he makes them, and you can collect those manuals. It's, I don't know, it's quite cool. And he gets like really good artwork, good print quality and everything. But at the moment, yeah, he's done 4 editions of this PlayStation magazine. So this will be one of them. So RPM, Unofficial Retro PlayStation Magazine. And it says, celebrating the classic games that made PlayStation iconic. I know not as many people are into PlayStation or whatever, but it's just more the quality of like the art and stuff. And it's like this like boutique sort of almost artisanal magazine with lots of like, he goes back and like interviews developers and stuff, which is kind of cool to hear stories that you might not have heard yet, but also just, it's really nice just having the art. So, as a fan of like a lot of these older games, like Resident Evil was the cover issue for this one. But the PlayStation 1 version, I guess. And I suppose Retro now covers PlayStation 3, which is kind of interesting also. So there's some, what feels like more modern games in there, but I guess they are just as old. But it's cool. It's really nice. The other things he did, not to be an advert for this guy, but he makes like actual books as well. Really big ones. And again, this is just for the artwork. I like had to get it. It's just like really good artwork in it. And this one's about PlayStation 3 and the other one's about PlayStation Vita. So it's like a kind of a retrospective on like Naughty Dog and stuff. I don't know. As a fan, I can appreciate people doing that kind of thing because it's, you don't get it anymore. So it's become like this rare item, and then it's quite nice having them, you know? Anyways, right, let's hook this stuff up. But anyway, yeah, just if anyone is interested, his Twitter is Too Old for Gaming with the number 2, and 4 is the number 4. Sandeep Rai is his name. Yeah, I'm looking forward. I backed another one of his books that's not out yet. I can't wait for it. But anyway. And then the next issue is coming soon, so I think it's Killzone on the front of the cover. I did. I don't only really read those kind of things when I'm like on a plane, though. I don't really read them at home. I have to might do some veg clearance on the inside here. Can't really tell. Oh, it's here, is it? Yeah, I'll have to get rid of that one. I was all up inside that tree. Oh, sounds like there's enemies. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just slipped with a chainsaw. Man, reading the manual in the newly bought game on the trip home. Yeah. Yeah. Also, game guides. Those are pretty cool too. I remember getting like I was quite young, right? Maybe 8. Getting Pokemon Red. Oh no, Pokemon Blue, excuse me. That red filth out of here. But yeah, I was playing Pokemon Red, Blue. And you know, I have this guide. I can't remember what kind of guide it was. I don't think we had Prima in Ireland. There was some sort of guide for it. And it's so cool. You have all the art of all the different stages and where to go to get hidden items and stuff. And it was like, oh my god, this is amazing. So I miss that. I miss it more for the art. Obviously, we can find the information now, but it's like having the tangible art in your hand. Just I don't know, something about it. It's really nice, and I miss it. Because you get like character art that's like full res, but you wouldn't really get that in the game. So it's like, oh wow, that's so cool. You can really see what some of the Pokemon would look like if it wasn't on a dainty, tiny screen. So stuff like that was always really, really nice. We only need 10 per minute, by the way, this, so a Mark 1 belt should suffice. It will take a while to get here, I guess. I still have guidebooks for a bunch of my old games. Yeah, I don't have any of it anymore. Not to blame my parents, I'm sure it was with my consent, but all of that stuff went in the bin. And we had like a huge collection of, well, I say huge, by today's standards it's not that big, but maybe 100, 120 Super Nintendo games. Just trashed somewhere in a landfill now. Or maybe someone found them, but they'd be worth quite a bit, actually. And then there was some other stuff for games as well. We used to have all these discs for PlayStation 1 and 2 games. You'd have those, you know, custom sleeves that would hold loads of discs. And we actually had a house fire, or a garage fire, not that long ago. They got lost in that. Because we actually kept them, for some reason. We kept them over the Nintendo stuff. Don't know why. I can't get out. I can't actually get out of here. There we go. Alright. Good. So there we go. All of that effort. Now we just have a nice solid bridge going all the way down, transferring power one direction, belts the other. Although power's not really directional, you get the idea. So ultimately, this just needs to plug into there. Still on my SNES. Did you see the Pokemon leaks thing? I heard that it, like, something leaked. But I didn't actually see the leaks. I haven't played a Pokemon. I played Pokemon Blue. Played Blue, Silver, and Yellow. And then I never played one again. I don't really get the appeal of Nintendo. Like, as a child I got it. As an adult, I don't. And I still play some childish games, but I just don't really have any interest in anything Nintendo, to be quite honest. So, I like to think I aged out of them, I guess. Or it's not I like to think. I think I did age out. Or feels that way. Because I remember getting PlayStation 1, it was like... I mean... I was born in 92. PlayStation 1 came out in 94. I think 95 in Europe. And I remember getting, like, Final Fantasy 7. Well, first of all, I remember, like, Tekken 2 and stuff. That was cool. But I have a brother that's 5 years older than me. So he would have been a bit more into these things and showing me them. But I just remember being like, oh yeah, I played Mario when I was, like, 3. I have great memories with that game. And Donkey Kong and F-Zero and a few of these random games on that console. And that was great. But then it was like, dude, PlayStation 1 is like so far ahead of this now. Now we've got games with stories, like proper stories. So I just kind of never looked back, to be honest. But people say Nintendo are like the kings of gameplay and quality. They don't really... Well, I say that. Game Freak, maybe not so much. But Nintendo, they put out games generally that aren't really that buggy or anything. That's good. But, you know, kind of once I'm kind of over Mario, to be honest. And I never played Zelda. Alright, oh yeah, I was gonna say that should be powered. No, it's not. And then we also just need 10 per minute. That's quite low. So part of this blueprint is there's steel walkway support up. I'm trying to think, why is that? Oh, because it has to be turned sideways. So it's not completely floating there. Got some supports built in. Forgot it actually does snap in, which is nice. Now, I was just talking about wasting materials, and then I'm building basically into the ground, so that's what you're dealing with. Anyways, PlayStation 1 had the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which in my opinion was the predecessor of all the Total War type games today. Interesting, you think that. And you could be right. I know that what influenced Creative Assembly they were making sports games. For those who don't know, I used to work there. But they were making sports games, and they're actually being published by EA back in the late 80s, so quite a long time ago. And when they made when they decided to make Total War, they were actually trying to make Command and Conquer. and their graphics programmer found a way to like basically shift the camera to create like this 3D perspective. Because the first games weren't truly 3D. I mean, they kind of are. I mean, they are, I guess, in terms of the land, but the units are actually 2D. But from your perspective, they look like they have depth. Anyways, apparently it was their graphics programmer that just figured that out, and then they were like, wow, we've actually just kind of got something that no one else is doing. When they were trying to make Command and Conquer, and they were unabashedly unashamed of it. But they were like admitting like, yeah, that's what we were trying to do, trying to make a Command and Conquer type game. And then they were like, when they did that, they were like, oh, we need to figure out a setting for this. And I can't remember why, but Mike Simpson, I believe, said something about how he was just inspired, or he'd been to Japan or something recently. Something like this, it might be wrong, but they're inspired to do Shogun, ultimately. So maybe there was elements of like that Three Kingdoms game for them. But at least in the no pun intended, the records would state that they did it themselves because of Command and Conquer. No Command and Conquer, no Total War. Alright, need to make the turn and go around somewhere. Let me see if we can take some of these guys out because they're bothering me. I don't have that much ammo left. Chrono Trigger? Yeah, I've never actually played Chrono Trigger. I'm a big fan of JRPGs. Well, I say I'm a big fan. I am a big fan, but I don't play that many. But I always loved them. I used to, like, back in the day, like, yeah. Well, I guess I'm your classic mainstream fan, because it's like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII, which is like one of the most mainstream kind of answers you can give. Because everyone loves it, basically, who played it. But I used to play a little bit more obscure games, like Star Ocean and... God, I can't even remember. We definitely had some weird ones on PS2. But it would be a lot of Square Enix titles, I guess, generally. Like, Vagrant Story and things like that. But yeah, I've never played Chrono Trigger. I really want to. Because I listened to a podcast where they kind of go through older games sometimes, and that was one that just came up recently, and I was like, oh yeah, because of Akira Toriyama, I guess. I was like, oh yeah, I should definitely play that. But who has the time? I recently played Octopath Traveler 2. That was my game of the year last year, I'd say. Was it 2023? It might have been 22. Either way, game of the year. Such a good game. That's annoying. It's the midsection, but it doesn't seem to fit in. And it won't fit to there either. Maybe we could do this. Oh, cool. That should fit to itself though now. And then we need the one that's bottom, right? Try to get rid of that one. Okay, so this to come down at least one. Damn, I can't like just get it to snap in there. If only we had vertical nudging. I don't know how to make that work, other than just to do it manually, I suppose. So let's do it manually. Interesting design. I don't remember doing that, but okay. Alright. Anyways, I was an adult when Final Fantasy VII came out. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I was born in 92. I played it in 97, I guess, or maybe 98. So, I was very young, so I probably didn't understand a lot of the themes, but I remember just thinking, like, this is so cool. And then Metal Gear Solid was like, this is insane how good this is. And it was, I was telling Rosie recently, like, because I was playing Astrobot and you come across, like, Psychomantis in the game. And I was like, it was a big deal. Because you're so innocent around that time that you don't know how games work. And you go into, so for those who don't know, in Metal Gear Solid, you go into a fight against a guy called Psychomantis. You're in this kind of, the whole game you're in like a military compound, but in this particular instance, you're in this like library, like a really odd room. And this guy called Psychomantis is like this guy who can fly. The game's fairly grounded up until kind of around this point. It starts to get a bit supernatural. And he's like, I'm going to read your mind. He's like all cryptic and weird, and he's breathing through a gas mask, and he's like bald and like skinny and floating a little bit. And it's like, what the hell is going on? And it's played dead serious. And he's talking to you, and he's like talking about how he's going to read your mind and stuff. So then he tells you to put the controller on the ground, and he'll move it with his mind. It's like, okay. And we put it on the ground, and then he goes like this, or he goes like, the screen like shakes, and then it moves to the left. And it's like, oh my god. Me and my brother were like, what the fuck? What the hell? We were like screaming. Like how crazy it was. and it's so funny looking back on how simple it is, but it was very effective as a kid. But then the other things he would do to read your mind was he would read your memory card. And he'd be like, oh, so you've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy VII lately. And it's like, what's going on? You know? Because he wouldn't necessarily say it. He'd just read out the things that you'd recently played, and you're like, how does he know? How's he doing this? And then the last one was, he would know your moves before you make them. Which I still don't really fully get how they did it. I think there was actually a decent amount of input lag in that game, and that's how they managed it. So you'd like move, and he'd kind of get in front of you quicker than you could do it, or you'd shoot at him, but he'd already be kind of out of the way. And it was very convincing. Like, how do you just know? And he's talking the whole time about how he's reading your mind. And apparently, the way you stop him reading your mind is you plug your controller out of port 1 and put it into port 2, and then he can't read it anymore. And that's how you beat him. You have to do that. It's like, so it's like, there's no going back to Nintendo and you're playing stuff like that, in my opinion. Obviously, I know that's like a strange thing to say, but that I've been so sold on like everything that was on PS1 at that point. I was like, this is so dope. And then you've got Final Fantasy VII, which is all about like corporatism and eco-warfare and bioterrorists and morality and ethics and what are your dreams real and what is reality. It's like, it's crazy. All right, that's all hooked up now, and we just need to turn left and go into the factory, and then we're done. But anyway, big fan of some of those early games on PS1. PS2 is, I don't really remember too much from PlayStation 2 specifically, other than I suppose Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, and then Final Fantasy X would be standouts in some regard. I might chop this bit off. Can I get away with that? And we just start turning left here. Yeah. So, oh yeah, the best way to do this, I guess, is just to build a foundation, then build the blueprint onto it. I like this song in the game, actually. It's quite good. This one's chill. Facing the right way? Yeah. People didn't mind my nostalgic retrospective of Final Fantasy. And PlayStation, I guess. Perfect Dark, GoldenEye. I can still hear the noise. Yeah, Zelda is a blind spot, because I feel like I would have loved it, but for some reason, you know, I don't know how we knew about any game, honestly, back then. Where we saw these games or where we got them from. Just magazines, I guess. But it was mostly my brother getting them. And for whatever reason, it'd be fun to ask him. Because he's quite into like looking back on all that stuff. Why didn't we play Zelda? Like, why didn't we get that? We were playing really weird games. And I was recently over at his house not too long ago. Yeah, when I went back to Ireland. Because he was looking after my dog. Or our dog. And we were kind of waxing poetic over some of the old games we used to play, and one of them was Bob on the SNES. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, in my head, I'm like, that was such a cool game. Now, I don't know if it really was, or I just liked it at the time, Or it's just something I remember. But I remember being like even when we brought it up on a YouTube video, it's like, yeah, this was really weird. This was actually quite cool. Like, I actually really liked this. Damn. We're just slightly off. I was hoping have a wall hole right there. And we can still do that. It just means that the bottom of this place would need a 1 meter wall all the way around it to make that nice. And the worst thing, I guess. Need to come down by 1. Anyway, yeah, Super Metroid is just another one. That'd be another one we didn't play. We played loads of different Mario games. Loads of random, like F-Zero, Bob, Donkey Kong, you know. But yeah, for some reason, no Zelda, no Metroid. Don't know why. I didn't have Sega CD. I've only had a Super Nintendo and then a PlayStation, and then we just became a PlayStation household. I never had a Wii. I thought it looked like a massive gimmick at the time. Never had an N64 or an Xbox One, the original Xbox or an Xbox 360. I was all about my PlayStation. So this needs to come to a room where it gets turned. A smelter makes the little bit of concrete we need. So, okay. Let's try to figure it out. Without making it look too weird. It doesn't need to come through a wall hole. It could even just have a giant fence gap thing. Maybe use that. Copper. This needs to be, the target is 10. No, it could go there, or, because it has to go into here. I was reserving that for a walkway, actually, so this would go further out. That's too high. Let me just fix this up as well. Because we could actually bring power with me, that'd probably be wise. Anyway, I'll probably try to focus back on the game now, thinking about it. Castlevania. Castlevania was on PlayStation 1 as well. Mega Man, we had Mega Man and I didn't like it. Loads of people liked that game, but I never would have thought that's like an amazing game. I think Mega Man, no offense to people who like Mega Man, is quite niche still, and it always was. But it has like a cult following. That's just the feeling I get. Dragon Warrior though, yeah, shout out to that game. Isn't it called something else? In Japan, or called something else in Europe. I don't know. I feel like it's called something else. Dragon's Quest or something, I think. I think it's called Dragon's Quest. I'll get back into the game. Mega Man was niche. I think it was, like, how many copies of Mega Man, how many copies sold for Mega Man? Like, was it like a, I just don't think it was like as big as people make it out to be, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I think it was big in America, not big in Europe. Let's put it that way. Mega Man was very big in America. Yeah, I think it's an American thing. Because I never really even heard of it. Well, I had played it actually. Played one of them before. And it was just like, whatever. And then I'd never thought about it or heard about it at all until probably like just a couple years ago, and then I just suddenly hear about it a lot on like video game podcasts because Americans are like loving it, like talking about how much they love it and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I just didn't realize like this was such a big thing. And then I feel like they brought up this. I think Colin Moriarty, who's like a PlayStation podcaster and used to be an editor for IGN and loads of history about him. He's like a massive Mega Man fan. Ah, too long. And he was like, oh, I think Mega Man's like worth probably, you'd have to imagine 2 billion. And I'm like, no way is Mega Man worth 2 billion in terms of an IP. No way. That's how much Minecraft went for. No way. I could not, I can't believe that. Oh, this is going the wrong direction. Good that we spotted that. And it's his like favorite game, so I'm like, I don't blame you for thinking that, but I don't think it has that appeal. It's gonna go out on a limb and say that. We like arm guns here. That's funny. Right, made it. We weren't 8 when it came out, and it was the only new game that month. Well, that's why I think... Anyway, it doesn't really matter what I think. There was like 5+ Mega Man games on the Game Boy. What was your first PC games that you played? Oh yeah, that's true. So I didn't really get into PC... And the person says mine was Doom, Commander Keen, and Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah, you're old school. In a good way. But I wasn't. So my first time playing any game on PC probably was Age of Empires 2. And I don't think I had it. I think I just played it at school. My school had a little computer and they had Age of Empires on it for some reason. I went to school in the middle of nowhere. I'm sorry, Ratchet and Clank were a go-to for me and my brothers because it was co-op, which meant we didn't have to take turns. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank was awesome as well. Loved it. And Jak and Daxter. Loved all those games. Talking about niche games, like on PS3 as well. There's just so many of those types of games. But yeah, PS2. That was good time. Yeah, so I think it would have been Age of Empires 2. But we didn't have a PC. So I lived in rural Ireland, near Dublin, but still rural enough where I went to school with like 6 other people in my year. And those were my 6 friends for like the 10 years of my life, first 10 years of my life. Anyways, with a very small school, I don't know why, but we had some computer for some reason. And that computer was really, every now and then I would spend some time on it. I don't really remember why. And I learned a bunch of stuff, learned to do a bunch of things on that. First time I ever like, opened up Paint or anything like that would have been on there, and I remember thinking, oh, this is so cool, and I just fell in love with like computers straight away. Kind of. Doing things on computers. Editing things. Anyway, long story short would be that I eventually then was like, I want to get Age of Empires 2, and I saw it on PlayStation, and I had it on PlayStation 2. That's all the PC gamers right there, just throwing rocks at me for saying that. But yeah, so I played most of my time in Age of Empires was on the PlayStation version. Then I was like, I can't remember why. My dad and I went to a store and he was like, oh, we're just going to get you a PC game. Don't know why. Can't remember why. Very weird behavior. Probably he just had a good day or something. He did well. He was running his own business at the time. So maybe he just had a fat check come in. He's like, let's get you a PC game. Or maybe I was just like, oh, there's nothing on PlayStation at the time. I don't know. Anyways, I was looking around and I saw The Sims. And I was like, oh, The Sims. I've heard so much about The Sims. Sims seems real cool. So picked up The Sims and brought it home, popped it in. And it was an expansion. And it said, you need the base game to play this. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? You buy a game on PlayStation, you put the disc in, it works. This is an expansion. What even is that? You know? I didn't know. How would I know? It said The Sims something. It was probably like... It wasn't Pets, but it was something like that. And it said on the back, obviously, requires The Sims to play. But it said The Sims Pets. So I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about it. I'd never encountered this before. So I was like, oh, okay. And that sat on a shelf for a year before I bought another PC game. The next PC game I got Where did that guy go? Or where was he from? I don't know. Or where did I kill him from, I mean. I missed where he died. That doesn't really matter. Anyway, the next game I ended up getting then was a year later. We again tried again. And I went in and I had 2 games in my hand. I remember really clearly. And I remember thinking like, oh, I must have become a fan of this historical era because of these games. But in my mind, looking back, I'm like, well, I obviously was attracted to it in the first place because I had 2 games from this era. The first one, I so clearly remember it was Caesar 3. I was like, oh, that looks really cool. And the other one was Rome Total War. I remember looking at the back of the box of Rome Total War, just being like, there's no way it looks like that. It can't be, there's no way. It was this massive battle and this battlefield as far as you can see, like. And I was like, there's just no way that's how that looks. Can't be true. Anyway, I risked it and brought it home with me and popped it in, booted it up, and I couldn't play it. My computer wasn't good enough. The Activision logo comes up at the beginning and it's supposed to go like spin around and launch up at you, and the video, it's a video file, it's not even a 3D render of the logo, was like 1 FPS. And I've never experienced that either before. I'm like, the fuck is going on? And I was like 13 or something at the time. Like, this is so ridiculous. Every time I buy a PC game, it doesn't work. So my dad was like, oh yeah, that looks weird. So he looked into it, and he's actually really good with computers. And he was like, oh, you need a new graphics card. We'll get you a new graphics card. So he went out and he just got a graphics card and installed it. I never even seen him do it. Didn't even know what that even meant, to be honest, at the time. Like, I don't know what that means. Anyway, so then he did it and I loaded it up. And then you have to wait like 2 hours to install it. And I was like, oh my god. Finally got into the game and it ran smooth. And I was like, this is sick. This is the greatest thing I've ever played in my life. And it was at the time. For me, or at least one of. Still remember Victoria, the advisor. And the concept of that kind of game was so alien to me. Like, I'd never played anything like that. Like, because I'm a console kid, and while I had played Age of Empires, it was so different to have, like, this campaign that then leads to battle. And it's like a cohesive world. Like, the world is the same. So what happens on one screen is what's happening on the lower screen. You're just seeing a different perspective, and it's like, it took me so long to understand like the concepts of like upkeep for units. Just didn't get it, you know. I was just spamming armies and attacking things. I'm like, well, I'm running out of money. Like, I don't know, just keep exterminating a settlements. Seems to give you money. Not really getting it, but still loving it. Yeah, well, I still have bad luck with PC hardware even to this day, so it's just continued since then. But yeah, good times. Nice to reminisce on all that. I do want to focus on this game though, because I am going really slowly because of it. Napster, yeah, I used LimeWire. I actually never really pirated that much. My brother pirated loads of music, so we used LimeWire a little bit. And then my dad would have pirated loads of PlayStation 1 games, because he was like, oh, you can just go to Extravision and just like copy a disc and it just works and send it back. So we were just copying everything. Like, everyone was doing it, it felt like. But yeah, after PS2, I never really did that again. I never pirated anything after that. Didn't need to, just didn't really care. Not like from a money perspective, it's just like, it's so convenient, and then the games, I never felt like I needed to. I don't know. Anyway, just in last topic, that was the game Rome Total War. This was my first experience with it. There she is. That was the scene that I was looking at, saying, there's no way that that's real. Now, this wasn't my original copy. This is one that was at Creative Assembly, because while I was working there, they were having a clear out of one of their floors. They had all this amazing memorabilia. And nobody gave a fuck, putting it lightly. This was about to go in a bin. And it was their last copy, and it's like this original, like, thick box, kind of like with this overlay thing on it, on the inside. And I'm like, it's like a limited edition, but it isn't. I don't know why they have versions like this. Mine was just a regular version. I'm like, I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. And I took a bunch of things. Yeah, and it was just going in a bin. Like, what are you doing? Give it away. Do something. Anyway. But yeah, so obviously I ended up, that became my favorite game, became my favorite company because of their game. And then I started doing modding and learning how to mod, and we got the internet around that time. So I started learning how to do things on PC. And ended up working at the company and everything. So it quite literally changed my life. And after that, then I became a YouTuber. So none of that would happen if I didn't buy that game. Not in that way, anyway. And I've actually only recently played it, but I didn't play it at the time, but I've heard Caesar 3 is supposed to be also great. So I think I would have won out either way. Anyway, didn't you need to mod the vanilla PlayStation to play burned copies? Yeah, my dad like installed some chip into it. He's like really good with electronics and stuff. Like he genuinely like really good. He's like an electronics engineer on the merchant navy. And then he became a radio control officer or something. So he's crazy. He just built recently his own solar farm. It's so ridiculous. He was gonna get solar panels, and then he's like, I can do this better myself. And he hired these like crazy ones, these industrial sized solar panels that are like massive, that sit out in a field out near the back of his house. And he like hooked it all up himself. And then he had to get someone in to like, because it apparently wasn't approved by the government or something. You have to get it like approved. And the guy was like, I don't even want to touch the system. Like, I've never seen these model. It's from Amsterdam. I don't know anything about this. So he had to get like specialists in to like give him the license to approve it. It's just like funny. So he's like hardcore. So opening up a PlayStation and putting a chip in it is nothing. He probably loved it because he likes doing that just as a hobby. He would love this game. He doesn't like video games, but he would totally love this game. Alright, I don't know why I'm being so particular with my polls. I'm just trying to be... I'm really inspired by Snut's builds on their... what's it called? Like the Satisfactory YouTube channel, and sometimes his streams and stuff. And I want to get better at building open-air factories. And one thing I noticed is just like his power poles look really nice. That one's off. Because he will use ones where there's like multiple cables coming off of them, rather than one next to each machine, which is what I usually do. I don't know, it's just a different style. Anyways, right, so this will be... Are these hooked up correctly as well? They have their clock speed? Yep. Work. Alright, we just need to get that copper down and into here. And then this... And these three are going to go off in that direction somewhere. So I wanted to raise it just to clear that area. Alright, I think that's it. Copper has arrived, so we just need to power it properly. I'm just going to disconnect that one now. That was just kind of temporary. I'll hook these up better. Have to move those big power poles as well, I guess. Gonna disconnect power to the miners out there. So reconnect it. Okay. Oh no, that's actually just cut off my entire system. Whoops. Be a problem for the liquids, for the fluids. How to get the power over here nicely, but do this for a sec. That's okay. We'll check on it in a minute. All right. The aluminum ingots. We need to set that to copper and give it to power. It's alive! So now we just need to cut off the aluminum scrap from going into the awesome sinks. I'll have to just make sure this is running okay, because we did just trip the power on it. But it might be alright. It's just the equivalent of pausing everything at the same time, so I think it would be okay. Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, nice. So this one first, I guess. Needs to go up a little bit higher. No, I haven't actually hooked up, oh, so good. I haven't actually hooked up the outputs of these into anything yet. So I guess we'll need an awesome sink here just for now and just merge these into one, just send them into a bin. And then a depot as well, I guess. This is the sheets. Sheets, yeah, so we want depot somewhere here. Do we need a depot for the casing? I feel like you don't. I guess we could just put one in anyway. I didn't even get to see it's happening so fast. How come I'm not using the Alclad casing recipe? I probably just don't have it. Don't have it. No storage buffer for the depot? I don't know, do you need one? There's no harm in it, I suppose, but it just... Okay, sure. Just do a little one, little baby one. With any of this, to be honest. Got a better idea. We'll aim them out this way instead. I suppose the casing needs to go somewhere eventually. Not hooked up yet. How much are we making? We are making just 30 Alclad per minute and 160 casing per minute, so it's quite low amount. Tier 3 should do it. And then this one is just going to go into there. That's only 30, excuse me again, 30 per minute. And I suppose you don't need any splitters, right? Or smart splitters, just go straight in. Oh, we do need smart splitters to send it into awesome sinks. Is the plan to complete the game with your streams as well as a 1.0 series? Thanks, by the way, for the super chat. Yeah, that is technically the plan. As long as the streams keep getting decent viewers, then I'll always continue them. And the plan is to do a series, I keep saying every week, but it keeps getting delayed, so I'm just always really busy. Doing Frostpunk, I know, I'm working on Manor Lords, I'm making Satisfactory streams, that's really it, but yeah, I've just been I've been slowly crawling my way ahead of things, and then I've been playing Satisfactory in the background trying to get things ready for the series, and it just hasn't quite come together. I'm playing with the format, like it's going to be different than it was before. I want something different, because the old series, as good as it was or whatever, it just, you know, falls off quite dramatically episode to episode, and that's kind of unsustainable when the builds have to get bigger and bigger and it has to take longer and longer. I'm trying to get a format where it's like I can just do a lot of playtime on my own and not show a lot of stuff, but then like just find out when I need to get better at like editing it, basically. I think. Right, so I think actually Could I have put an awesome sink somewhere in here? They just need one awesome sink together, but that's too fat for that area, is it? Yeah. Shame. Don't want to do it there. That's like our walkway. It's supposed to be a walkway back here as well. Could just go somewhere as simple as in there. Extend further out that way, I guess. The annoying thing though is you might be able to get this where it looks okay. The build would have to creep underneath here. Building, I mean. That might just plug in. Yeah, and it'll be just far enough away from this. Because I need to go up to that height. Oh, now I'm off. God damn, I want to kill myself. Hang on, let me just figure this out first. So the idea was that here is going to be a smart splitter. So when that gets backed up, then send it out that way. And I thought that I would need to go up and over. So I'd need a smart splitter here. Oh yeah, that works. Okay. That'll be the overflow. And then that can go into an awesome sink. Now, I suppose it doesn't need to be raised here. It could just go lower and this could go straight in. That'd be an easier way of avoiding that little issue. Let's maybe do that. Now I can align it there. Okay, right, so smart split. I'm not saying it's the most efficient way, it's just the way I figured out how to do it. Okay, so to the left, anything. Straight ahead, nothing. To the right, overflow. Alright, same sort of thing with this. Straight ahead, anything. To the left, overflow. To the right, nothing. And then power that, please. Alright, so it'll need to be Mark 3, potentially. That's fine the way it is. So 3, and this could be a 4, and that could be a 4. And any of that copper we just picked up, throw it in there. Alright, cool. Anyway, there we go. Done. Let's follow the chain. That's alu ingots and casing and sheets. And I'll just catch my chat now that I've done that. A buffer would help for big builds, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, if you need a lot of scrap or a lot of sheets to build lots of Mark V belts, I suppose it's good to have a buffer. You can just go grab it. I suppose, yes. I haven't needed that for anything yet, really, but maybe I would need it one day. So no harm in having it just there in the background. You're right. Could have been a bigger base as well, I suppose. Again, there's no harm in it, but this way I got... Actually, I was going to say this way we have to wait for it to fill up. No, we don't. It just goes straight in, doesn't it? Into our little depot. So it actually is quite nice. Take it all back. Alright, alclad sheets. And casing. Great. Need to dump some of this. So the next thing I wanted to do is make a biofuel factory. Design it so that you can take all these different things. You can make different things for us. Maybe... Now, we already make the gas filters and stuff, but making healing items, that kind of thing. Just a place where you can go and dump stuff. It sorts itself out. Although we need programmable splitters, and I don't have any supercomputers. Are they still needed for programmable splitters? No, it looks like just computers. You can't automate the healing items? Really? The therapeutic inhaler? Well, yeah. It's equipment workshop only. Oh, that sucks. Oh well. Didn't know that. Did you reconnect TIL miner? Till miner. I don't know what you mean, but yes, so everything should be connected. The copper is... Oh, the power. Oh, no, 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 no. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Connected now. Gonna cause a little slowdown, but that's okay. Still got 37 to burn through. But good call. I would have missed it. It's not set on a stream to put it in the QA side if you wanted that. I didn't ask about snapping belts. So, did you work out how to make splitters snap to the grid when adding direct to belts? Still have no idea how people say that's done. To make splitters snap to the grid when adding directly onto belts. You know, I don't know how to do this either. So people in my comments, there was someone in my comments yesterday, no, I don't mean this as a negative, we're like, oh, you know, you can just like look at the belt and it'll snap onto it. It's like, yeah, but you can't. I mean, I may have actually accidentally got it dead aligned there, but normally, right, it's really difficult. It's not on the grid, right? It's free moving. Holding control doesn't snap it aligned to anything. So the only way I can do it is if I put something next to it, right, like this with the input facing in this way, and then you go hold control and then it'll snap. But I don't know how to do it without doing that. So that's often why people are asking, like, why are you deleting the belt and then doing the thing? It's like, because I'm not on the grid. It might not matter. But it matters to me, so it matters, right? Because it's like, that's technically, I mean, it actually looks great, but it's a little off where it would be compared to everything else. It's not on the meter line, on one of the meter lines, so it can potentially be off when you're then trying to do something. For the most part, though, it probably just doesn't matter. It's just a little OCD thing where it's like, I want it to be on the grid. What are you putting out? 53 a minute. Sorry about that, friends. Find your way in there. Give me that. Don't want these guys getting backed up. They get backed up, scrap backs up. Scrap backs up, that slows down. That breaks the whole thing. Everything has to keep moving. Oh, they're empty for the most part, actually. That's good. Alright. Working. Has our copper made it back here yet? We still got 14 in the chamber. I don't see any. I'm sure it's on the way. Go find out. The casing... Oh yeah, I've got that now at least. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's disconnected somewhere. Oh, no, there it is. Wow, that's far back. Alright. Thanks, Phoenix, and anyone else that mentioned it. You don't need programmable splitters. It's just easier, though, isn't it? It's like, yeah, Smart Splitter can divide every item if you just keep going down the line, but I like programmable splitters. It's easier. Obviously, City is assuming we don't use them often enough to need automating them. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so either until this patch, or not this patch specifically, but 1.0, they buffed like the enemies. There's way more enemies out there. They come back faster. So it's like, yeah, I feel like I need more inhalers. Or it'd be nice to somehow automate it. Just like Biofuel, it's like you can't truly automate it. You'll have to get the biomass or the mycelia. But once you got that stage, it'd be nice just to dump it in a container and let it do its thing. Darren, would you have done a map where you use every node on the map? No. It would just take too long. I had a nice idea a long time ago to make a hyperforge, which is a... And I was actually in the process of building it. I'd set it up in the rocky desert, and it had a train line, multiple train lines, for every type of item that could come in. That's actually when I realized trains can't take the full max throughput. Because I was like, oh yeah, there's like, we'll use like 100 nodes. So I'll have like... anyway, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, I tried to build a hyperforge and the idea of it, and I was using programmable splitters there actually. There's 9 types of ore in the game, or at least there was. I think that might not have been counting Sam ore at the time. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there's 9. So with the... 9 types of ore. The idea was the train could unload it into a station, and the station would then filter it based on what came in. Because I didn't want to... because it was so difficult to bring everything in, you'd almost want... You could have a separate line for every type of ore, actually. That probably would have been a smarter thing to do. Instead, I thought, I'm going to have 4 massive lines with really long trains. And the trains can be short, long, small. It doesn't matter. They'll all just arrive, and it'll be sorted through splitters. And I made blueprints that it was like a 9-way splitter, or 9-way sorter for ore. That would all then bring them down to their own compartments. So depending on what you're smelting, it would go into like a certain room, and then that would all get smelted in like 100 smelters or foundries, depending on the recipe or whatever it was. And so I was beginning it, and I was like, this is going to be great. But, you know, I spent like maybe 20 hours on it, and I'm just like, this is just taking way too long. I'm like barely scratching the surface of it. And I just didn't do it, so... Alright, looks like we're done. It's nighttime again. So yeah, biofuel is what I was going to do next. I haven't designed it though, so we'd have to spend a few minutes on that. And I was just going to choose a place where we can start making liquid biofuel for my jetpacks. People keep complaining that I don't have it yet. We have tons of biomass all built up, so it'd be nice to just sort that out. But this is it, right? We've done a little bit of aluminum now. 30 alclad per minute and 160 casing per minute. And easily could adjust it so that it makes the bottles instead if you wanted to, if you needed that. It's low volume everything though. But we should be able to do the next milestone. Yes, this is stopped just because it's waiting on that copper to come, but the copper's coming back in now, so it'll start up again soon. Just don't want that to get backed up then. Just gonna empty these out, just kind of restart the end of it a bit. Let them get back in and refill. Same with this. Yeah, it's just going to take a while. Obviously, you could increase the belt speed, but I just prefer it that way. But 10 per minute is slow. Alright, anyways, with that, now we can go actually complete a few extra milestones. So I might just run back to base, see what our situation is, and then we'll come back here and make sure everything's still running okay. Now, for people who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I'd mentioned that I did some cosmetics between episodes. I added the pipes to make them look like copper pipes. The finish on them, and the same then for the aluminum. It uses gray. I use certain segments then so we could actually see the amount flowing through it, but not everywhere, just in certain places. Added in some lights to showcase the area for the truck stations, I guess, a little bit, in the walkway. They come on at night. They've got a kind of a purplish tint. So I like the look of this place. I think it looks decent, what it is. Oh yeah, I meant to do a bit more on this side. I was going to use these steel frames here to kind of bunch up against the rocks just to make it look like they're reinforced somewhat. And then you're out into the jungle and our little vehicle does its thing. Of course, you can follow this down. Got radiation. Safety guidelines say you should avoid radiation. And of course over here it says you need to, if you have trouble here, that's just what we do. Very simple. And it looks like we're okay. Alright, let's head back. 10 types, you haven't unlocked uranium? Yeah, so I probably in that original build wasn't considering SAM ore. Now I just counted 9, so yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, just gonna be walls. Figure out how to make this look nicer in the future. But for now, we could just make it walls. Alright, let's go home. We don't have to go too far. Also, I should name this. It was actually right about here is kind of where I consider it to be the start. So we'll call this Aluminum Factory. Aluminum Factory 1 is indeed a factory. It is indeed using that. Select the color. We'll use... I've been using copper orange. I really should use like a bauxite color. Or aluminum's kind of gray, actually, so maybe gray is fine. We're in the middle. Yeah. Large. Show me when it's near. Go. Go, aluminum. No, that's our copper extraction point. Although it's not an extraction point, it really just feeds into this factory. It's part of this factory. I only call it extraction when it's something goes to get it, like a train. Look at all their little vehicles doing their things. They're great. Who doesn't love vehicles? Cool. My mini aluminum factory is just up the hill from here. Nice. I tried to download some of your blueprints and they wouldn't copy to my file. I have a blueprint folder, but they wouldn't. Any ideas? Maybe someone else could help? I don't know. I haven't heard anyone with the problem, so... Yeah, I really don't know. I would just I'd follow the instructions file that I have as best you can, and... Without seeing it, I don't know. They wouldn't copy to my file. Yeah, you need to place them. So, my world is called Pandora. So, if I just looked really quickly... Blueprints, right? So, Pandora. And you drop them in here. Now, you need to have that already created, typically. So, you need to have at least made one blueprint. Or you can make it yourself, if you feel confident enough to name it correctly. But if you just make one blueprint, it will just automatically, like, populate this. And then it should be as easy as these are the files I've given people. And you just copy... They always have two files, right? It's like the SPP file and the SPP CFG, so the SPP config file. You just grab the two, copy and paste them in, and that's it. I'm old and might not have done it right. No, no worries. Yeah, no, I can understand. So hopefully that helps. So again, just to reiterate that, you know, you go to your app data, local, then you find factory games saved, then save games. Then in here, you don't want to look at that, you want to look at the word blueprints, and then in here will be the different names for things. Like, I don't know why these are here. But you want to go into one of the folders. This is the folders that represent the different worlds that you have. So Eden Prime, Enlightenment, Pandora. That's what I've been doing recently. The trial runs in the not Kepler 10b, sorry, desert testing environment. Kepler 10b was a save someone else sent me. I was trying to help them with something. So yeah, so you just drop them in there. Hopefully, so you open up that and you just drop them in there. So hopefully that'll be it. Let us know how you get on. My update 8 save was called Pandora. Oh, really? Nice. Someone suggested it for me, so it wasn't one I came up with my own. All right, let's go north. I don't have any vehicles with me now. No, we can ride the zip lines back. Nice to add some extra lights in here in the future as well. It'd be good to get back to the desert area, or roughly where I am, because it's so much brighter out there. It's been quite dark lately. Have you checked the train buffer experiment? No, we could do that now though, very quickly. I haven't made a turbo fuel plant in this playthrough. We only just unlocked turbo fuel recently. Good evening indeed. This is a great YouTube short video. Go edit it for me then, and I'll pay you whatever it makes. Which is probably 30 cents. I made it. You know what? One reason I'm actually late today. Oh my god, I nearly killed myself. Holy crap, that was close. One of the reasons was because I spent the morning making a short in Frostpunk. For Frostpunk 2. Just because I actually really liked the episode, and I was like, it was more fun for me. But I uploaded it, and it just won't get recognized as a short. It's vertical. However, it is 2.5 minutes, but YouTube says now it's up to 3 minutes for shorts. So I was like, okay, we'll do a 2.5 minute edit then. And yeah, it just won't recognize. Like, it won't format into a short. It just is displaying as a video. For those who've never uploaded them before, it always does it automatically. You can't tell it. You can put they recommend saying, like, add in the hashtag shorts and short, just to encourage it to know what it's dealing with. But it still won't work. I was like, damn, man, I spent like an hour and a half on that. Now, I've messaged my YouTube partner manager, and then he says he's away for the weekend, so until Monday. It's not time sensitive, so hopefully it gets fixed, but I was like, oh, we put the time and effort into it, and it didn't work. And I've made shorts before, so it's not like I haven't done it before. Eat my shorts. Yeah, like I said, I'm a bad YouTuber. I don't really do that stuff. It was more just for fun. Like, Frostpunk is my worst performance series. I just thought it'd be fun to... The episode 10 was really good. I just wanted to basically condense it. I condensed almost the whole thing down to 3 minutes, which is actually probably a bad idea. You want people to watch your whole video. But the ideal short would be just showing the first half and how it's a real problem and how do we solve it, and not showing people, I guess. But I just showed the whole thing. It's like, we got into a problem, and then we got out. So the old power plant's over there. I was just looking at this. Why is it not moving? Oh. It's just there. Get rid of that. Oh, I knew it would leave a crate behind, but I don't see it. It's not on my compass. I must have... Oh, I moved them off the compass because the one that's stuck in the middle of the world. Let me just go back and get that. Did it create it here? Or oh no, it's down on the ground. Happy? Yeah, why am I wearing green? I don't know. Alright, to the oil plant. Oh my god, another crate. Where is it? Oh, it's there. I need to dump... Actually, let me just dump this bio stuff over there, because we're going to build a biofuel plant, or start looking into that. That's what's coming next. And all my half-assed attempts at doing cosmetics. Right. That'll be great for later. Lots of hog remains. Don't need this in my inventory, that's fine. Don't really need coal either, to be honest, but maybe some of it could just go into the ether. Anyway, what's with biofuel at this point? Biofuel is good for jetpacks. I wouldn't actually use it as a fuel source, really. Although some vehicles could maybe use it if you've got loads. But ultimately, it will eventually run out, so that's why it's you don't really want to do that. But yeah, every stream I've done for the last 6-7 streams, people have said, like, every time they see me using this fuel in my jetpack, they're like, oh, you should really use biofuel. So it's like, okay, let's do it then. And we can maybe make one that's kind of quick, because I've only got a few more hours left in the stream, so it's like we could start a whole new power plant, but I think it'd be better just to do something that's actually completable in one more stream. And then the next ones, next week, we'll do a new power plant. And I can look into it more and decide where it's going to be and what we're going to do. The right way? Nope. Excuse me. In case people are wondering why it's good for the jetpack, it burns slower, so you fly longer. Much longer. I would say twice as long, roughly. It feels that way anyway. Has anyone else encountered issues with saving colors? Mine don't always save correctly. Sometimes they do. In Update 8, they used to save... like, the order in the list would be off. Now there was a bug in the game for that, and the only way you could fix it was going into Satisfactory Calculator and editing your save. Is that the problem you're having? Like the preset colors are off? It's more than twice as long, but it's half the acceleration or something like that. Is it half the acceleration of even normal fuel? I know turbo fuel is super accelerated. Oh, that's where the person wanted the copper pipe, actually. Now I remember. Right, so what were we here to find out? It was whether or not our coal was going to run short because we didn't build a buffer on this side. And my argument was that no, it won't. It won't run short. The hell is that? Oh, that's the gap from the train arriving. There you go. Actually see why it's not a problem. Because we only need 30 minutes. There's a belt of 60, and for the most part, the belt is locked, right? It's 60 the whole way. So there's a gap there, so you could probably say that it's about 55 a minute, you know? You include the gap. That's why there's no problem. Because we have a buffer on the other side. That's all we need. We don't need it on two sides. Only purely because we're using less than the belt speed. Far less. That's why. Point proven. Yes, my colors don't save. Yeah, so the only way I know to fix this is to go to Satisfactory Calculator. If you run into the problem where your presets are not right, like you'll click one, but it's selecting the preset below it or above it, and you're like, why is that's off? And you can just learn to live with it, but you can fix it. Go on Satisfactory Calculator. I guess I won't really be able to show it, but if you upload your save here, you just drag and drop your save into that little slot. I'm trying to remember then what you do. I think a new screen appears, but there's a screen that's like allows you to look at your inventory or something. So you look at your inventory, and then there's another tab, like the tab will pop up in the center, and the other tab will then say, like, all your color presets, and you'll see it there where the duplicate one is, and you just delete it, and then save and pull the save down and load it into the game, and then it'll get rid of it. So that's how you do it. That's how I know how to do it anyway. But yeah, not showing you very well because there's some tab like here. It's roughly around this part of the UI, and that allows you to look at like all your presets, your preset colors, and then you can edit them or just delete them, and you'll find the duplicate one. It's like making duplicates basically for some reason. Thanks, I'll give that a go. Good luck. It worked for me anyway in update 8. Haven't done it in this one. They haven't broken for me yet. Okay. Oh. My cat just ran in and just did a really loud meow and then ran off. Me and Rosie joke, we say she has hot butt. She goes in and like poops in her litter tray and then she just runs like crazy. Or she has the zoomies, like just immediately after for 5-10 minutes. And we joke, it's like, oh, it's like really hot. It was really hot back there. That might be what's happening. Alright, anyways, so that all works. That's all good. Biofuel is next, or just a way to process our biofuel. So we could do this anywhere. We could do it down in grassy fields. Might be a nice little area to build one. Just to be somewhere different. Or in the desert. I don't know. Build a train that we just pop it in a train and send it in. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know where to go. Any ideas for a biofuel factory where we could go? You don't really need anything. You just need water, actually. That'll be the thing we need. Not doing the swamp. Forget that. Not doing Pink Forest. But maybe up by one of these places, or up in the Spire Coast, maybe. The cave by your oil plant? This one? There's a cave nearby? Someone's told me about a cave nearby here, actually, and said there's something worthwhile inside, right? Did I mark one? No, I didn't, actually. Greater Lakes is pretty. What do you need? Oh yeah, the canisters. Good point, actually. You do need canisters. It's like iron, I think. So recipes. I just have one recipe, is it? Oh no, there's loads. Well, that's just for unpacking. Okay, so the only thing I have actually is plastic. I don't have the iron canister recipe yet. Ugh. Puts me off doing it at all. Until we get that. What different recipes are there, I suppose? Cool music. Plastic gives you a canister. Steel or iron and copper sheet. Yeah, that's the one I used in the liquid biofuel plant that I have in my other save. Oh, you meant over at that other one. Yeah, because there's plastic there. Yeah, maybe. The other oil plant, because that's where we have our plastic. That's where we make canisters right now. I thought that was kind of a good area to do other things at, but could maybe do something with it. Coated iron canister is best, but steel also works. Yeah, steel wouldn't be too bad. So if it was steel, it would obviously then just be coal and iron. This place can really almost be just kind of built anywhere, it feels like. Because it's like, yeah, don't really want to use plastic. But I do have an abundance of plastic right now, so it would be easy enough to make that work. We have 50 plastic left over. You need 30. Make 60 canisters, which is more than enough. Yeah, I think that oil plant that's on the water would get remodeled. That was kind of done very quick and dirty, and it's like there's a lot of good oil there that you could use more efficiently later. Not anytime soon, but definitely eventually. Coal there. No, iron's a bit far. Sorry, I should have thought about it beforehand. Iron and copper would be here. This is a really good spot for other things as well. It just feels like, oh, I don't know. Steel canister, in my opinion, is the easiest. Yeah, well then we'd need somewhere... Oh, you know what? Maybe... Blue Crater could be kind of cool, actually. Maybe. I was thinking down here, where this coal node is. It's really far, though, from everything. Yeah, you don't need much canisters, but we do need them. So it's like, well, we have to, like, at least set that up. So I'm more like, okay, this could go anywhere. It could look really great, but it does need just a little bit next to it. Either I think steel canister would be good, but we don't have the recipe, so I can't really do it. But I could build it to that spec until we get the recipe and then turn it on, which is fine. A little unsatisfying to build that way, but it'd be fine. We know exactly the rates. We could just build it anyway. But you also need water nearby, so that's why I was like, yeah, Blue Crater. Could be like a big biofuel place. Let's just go down there. I don't know if we've been there in the save. Oh, we have. I saw the geyser that's down there. Yeah, I'm gonna say Blue Crater. Is anyone opposed to that for any particular reason? It's rocket fuel territory. Well, this factory wouldn't have a big footprint. It's too far. We could zipline down there in just a couple of minutes. And also, it would be dimensional depot into our pockets anyway, the biofuel. Thinking about it. I don't have to do what I did in Update 8, which is run to get it. So that's quite nice. Better save for rocket fuel. See, people saying that, not that there's anything wrong, I'm sure you're right. If that's a common thing, then I don't want to do it, you know? I don't know why I have that mentality where I'm like, oh, people build down there for this one thing? Well, I want to be different, do that somewhere else then, you know? I also don't know anything about rocket fuel, so I have to look into why that would be. Because I hate the idea that's like, this is the place to do this. That removes the element of fun in the game, doesn't it? If everyone just goes like, that's the place to do it. But I'm not saying anyone's wrong though, you're probably all right. Like, it has all the components you need, lots of space and water, so I'm sure you're right. But when people say that, it's like, oh! I shrivel up and go, no. My life is not on rails. I'm not going to do what everyone else does. Over the waterfall. Blue Crater would look good. Oh yeah, maybe built even into the waterfall somehow. Chart your own course. Yeah, I guess I think I will. But knowing that there's a lot down there that I'm sure will probably be used, I'll probably try to be out of the way of a lot of the good stuff. Paradise Island just to be really difficult. Oh yeah, because the borders are now, you can kind of... Well, you still can't get onto it, right? Nice just having these made for us now. So good. I've never automated these. And now they just go into my pocket. Right, just had to blow it up. Let's keep going. So I will use the zip lines to get down there. Need to find the power towers. Oh, actually, I just remembered there's milestones to be done. So let's just go back to our base real quickly. We'll unlock some of those milestones and then we'll head down. Let's see what we got. I think we kind of need hard drives, actually. That was a damn good shot. Kind of fun. That's a total waste of ammo, though. I'm actually quite limited on this ammo, so I really shouldn't do that. And Blue Crate is a lot safer than a Hellhole. That was where our aluminum is. Oh, got a big boy there. Oh, he killed them all. Did I take that? Oh. See, biofuel and stuff would be good for fights like that, where you could just float for a long time. Not that it's really that big of a deal, but it'd be nice. Boom. They introduced guns. Yeah, it's like explosive ammo and all sorts of crazy things. Yeah, they added what was that update? Was that update 8? Might have been 7. Can't remember. It's a cool trailer for it. They introduced the boombox and then all these new weapon types. Well, not loads of weapon types, lots of ammo types for specific weapons. And then they did a little bit of an AI overhaul at the time, which made creatures a little bit more interesting to fight, just a bit. Might be around the time they added the bombs as well, I can't remember. Oh yeah, we have gas filters now, we can finally get this. A long time ago we left it up here. Ooh. Word of a summer sloop nearby. I'm quite low on those, and we never actually built one of those power augmenters. That might be beneficial if I can build them. I don't know if I can. When I build a power plant. Oh god, excuse me. Is it underneath this? Oh. I don't think I can get it. No message, alright. While I'm here, this is bothering me, so it's just... That looks like ass, but it works, I guess. It's all temporary, damn it. Gonna be here till the end of the game. I wonder why, like, why didn't I just use asphalt in the first place? I don't know. Anyway, today I learned that you can crouch up to hatcheries without triggering the bees. Yeah, yeah. Who has the time for that, though? Being inside the radiation, yeah, it's killing me. Probably, how long has it been? 2.5 hours. I've nursed this little Bailey's. I should finish it and then drink some water. It's so good. It's tiramisu flavor. That's why I'm coughing like Michael Scott in The Office when he has his tiramisu. Famous last words, yeah. People say that in my Anno series, my famous words or whatever are for now. It's like, oh, we'll just leave it like that for now. And they're like, 100 hours goes by. Alright, cool. Alright, we're back at the hub. Let's see what milestones we can do. And Alcloud is there. Look at that. Boom. 600. Pop some of that in our inventory. There's the casing. Pop some of that in. This is the tiramisu, I think. Oh, Logistics Mark 5. Okay, so reinforced iron plate. Encased in the beam. Wow, we actually need to wait a little bit. My depot couldn't hold that much. I wonder, can I expand that depot now? How many spheres do I have? I've got 3 there. Got 5 here. I think it's time for an upgrade if we can afford it. Ah, waiting on that still. Alien technology. 60 per minute. I'd rather the space, I think. That takes 13. This would take 7. I guess we could do that one then. What do you think? I suppose filling faster is kind of nice. 60 a minute. What are we on now? 30? Yeah, okay. 103, whatever they're called, fluctuators needed. Is that a fluctuator? No, it's just regular. I think I have some. Yeah. Alright, we'll have to wait, but that'll be good. And then the next thing that can go in... This one is... We need 400 casing and 200 alclad. 1,000 plastic. Alright, let's fill that up now as well while we're here. 1,000 plastic means I gotta wait as well for this to fill up. But nice, that'll be all of this tier done. Tier 7, then we're on to 8, technically. We could go straight to nuclear. Why not, right? Right? No, I think we'll have to build everything that you can get in this place. So, what have we not done? We've technically done aluminum, just very small. That's all fine. Hazmat, we've done that. We don't have these automated, but I don't think we need to. Yeah, so batteries, radio control units, crystal oscillator factory. Lots of those little things probably need to come together. We do so much moving on ahead. But this gives us access to blenders as well, which is good. And supercomputers. You can build more depots if you need faster upload on something. Like, even at 30 per minute, 37 or whatever, it takes up to... Yeah, that's a good point. That is a great point, actually. I do think the capacity is probably more useful. Because while you're building, it's like concrete runs out and then you're just waiting. It's like... I'd rather just never wait. So I think you're right. Maybe we'll hold on to it and wait till we can get this. We need 5 more spheres. And a little bit more fluctuators. Yeah. I don't really care about the per minute thing as much. You talked me out of it. Put these back into the thing. I don't know why I'm carrying that. These in. That in. Nuclear. Yeah, haven't actually ever made that, so... Completely alien to me. Didn't realize I could fill this. I thought I couldn't It doesn't really matter, but that goes in there, and then here. Oh no, I already filled. Oh, it was the reinforced. Oh yeah. Any more? 108. I'd really like to not leave this area until this is like full. And then computers. More computers, please. Do we send these in here? I can't tell if it's pinned or not. Computers. Where would I make that? I think my steel factory makes computers, doesn't it? Or are they just made here? Oh, I removed the, that's funny. I removed the way to get up there. This is such a bad factory because you can't walk around it. You can barely even fly around it. Ugh. Computers are delivered here. I remember that. Yeah, there they are. I just don't remember where I make them. They're driven in from somewhere. And I obviously make... Oh, no, I remember now. It's made at the oil thing. Yeah. Because it took plastic and circuit boards, which were there already. And then we bring in quick wire to it. Got it. That's the one we use. Yes, I remember now. But yeah, computers arrives in here. So it's nice and full. So we'll just pull some from that right now. Cool. Plastic. Does plastic come in here? No, just circuit boards, screws. Alright, our mom is done. Sorry for clearing my throat so much. It's tiramisu. Hey Darby, watching the VODs for a while. Finally got the chance to see you live. Been loving the stream so far. I would love to see more cosmetics done on stream. I'd like to do that. I just feel like it wouldn't do as well. I don't know how you can prove me otherwise, I suppose. I'd need like a vote or something. Oh, we have done votes, and it's usually... It's close enough, but it needs to be not close at all, I think. For me, anyway. Alright, encased industrial beams. We'll obviously have to wait between these anyway. What are we waiting on for this? Just some more plastic. And we make 50 per minute. So, 150? We're short about another 150. So, 3 minutes. Let's have a look at what we got. The silicon circuit board, or the bolted frame. We have recycled plastic, pure deuterium, fine black powder, smart plating, biocoal, a load of things. So, yeah, I'll do a vote for this one. What do? Alright, polls in the chat. You can either hold it, re-roll it, or we'll go with the circuits or the bolted frame. Love the stream. Really wanted to see some Dodo high scores. What does that mean? Dodo high scores. %, agree with the cosmetics, is it? I guess rocket fuel is crazy expensive on sulfur. I haven't even looked at that yet, so I really don't know like what's involved with it. But over the weekend, I'll be looking at it and see what I want to do. I still think like I'll probably just build a turbo fuel plant. And then later I'll build a rocket fuel plant. Maybe. I don't know. Crystal computers would be great in the forest. The sink spots is like 8 times what goes into it. The points. Oh yeah, I should check how many points I have actually. Or he says, I fully overclocked my nuclear plants so I could get 950,000 megawatts of power. I only did it. See if I could. Don't think I would do it again. Unless I did it in creative. Yeah, I could imagine that would take a long time. Damn Cara, thank you very much. Silicon circuit board is the best. Yes. Channel membered out of his mind for 5 months. Alright, well, the winning vote is reroll. So we'll have to go with that. Wasn't that many votes, actually. I'm falling off. Electrode aluminum scrap. Mix some of your solution with Petro Coke. Run this one again. Although I think I'll probably just hold it. I don't need either. And there's no point. Yeah, I'm just going to hold it. Unless you guys strongly feel like pick one, but I'm not building new aluminum now, and it's not going to be like with this. That's not happening. Leave it. Yeah, I think it's a good recipe, I should say, but I just mean I'm not using it right. I won't be using it right now. So no point clicking it. Just leave it there and we'll try to build up other rewards instead. So yeah, hold. Oh, and is that the hard... Is that the... No, oh, we already got the one that has no screws. Yeah, so we don't need that. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for the help. Plastic. So close, just need a little bit more. Nice just seeing it build up in the background though. Logistics, alright, looks like we can do this one first. Logistics Mark 5, we can now build Mark 5 belts, 780 speed. I was going to build that bauxite to 780, but we didn't need to.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt.
Although the scrap could be used on one belt actually.
They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Alright. How long? 5 minutes? We're just going to wait those 5 minutes, because I got that smooth brain, and then we're going to finish that milestone, and we can say we did tier 7 today. We just need that tiny bit of plastic. Go back in there and finish it off. Then we're going to go south. We're going to build a liquid biofuel factory in the Blue Crater. Exactly where? Don't know. But I was thinking we want this to... We can start our planning now. We wanted to... Basically, the idea is that we want to be able to just throw in our vegetation and it just figures out where to go. Also, in the meantime... And it makes itself into liquid biofuel, but also anything else that you guys can think of that would be worth having. Like, yep, it should sort the slugs out into shards. Maybe if we flip a switch, it would instead bring the shards into... I guess you can't really do with that. There's no switch logic control. I was going to say switch the shards into DNA. Or sorry, not DNA. The animal remains into DNA instead of biomass, but I think biomass... I'm not... DNA points, whatever. I'd rather get biomass for it, personally. Because then you can turn it into biofuel. It seems a bit more practical. You can get points in other ways. And I've used a lot of DNA points so far. But it's preference, I think. Unless you can make the argument for me either way. Anything else that I would need? Like a biocentric factory. Summer sloop them. Oh yeah, we need sloops in there. That's great. That's a good point. Sloop the crap out of the place. So make sure everything is slooped. That's the interesting part, actually. Yeah, slooping it. AI limiters. I don't really need programmable splitters, people said, but it might be nice just to get it. Although, I can't really make... Can I make AI limiters myself? Easily? Always forget what's needed. Oh yeah, we can. Crank a few of these out. Actually, speaking of sloops, let's just make it do it itself. Thick wire and copper sheets. Do I have sloops in here? I wonder where they are. Oh no, have I lost my sloops? Wow, I had like 6. I have no idea where they are. I always slooped things over here, didn't I? I don't feel like I brought them anywhere else. Unless they're in my inventory now? No? 0. Are they in the depot? What depot? Oh, this one, sorry, no. See you later, May. Oh, it's the first time I've seen you. Sorry if I missed any of your previous chat. Still 400 plus viewers, so not falling off. Oh, it's getting lower. Thanks, Matt, though. It's all good. Dawn reduced atoms. Yeah, I don't know. What the hell happened? I don't know where I would have brought them. I don't think it's in that. Oh, I think I remember. I probably used it, maybe, when I was making the gas filters or the nobelisks. Man, why can't I remember where I make anything in this game? Gas filters. So we obviously make them. I need better radar markers because I can't actually keep track of these things. Because the steel factory became something that has way more things in it, and I think I've lost track of what it does. Probably needs like a updated name or something. Well, hang on, let me get that other milestone done while we're here. Watch those trees. Watch those wrist rockets. Alright, with that, tier 7 is done.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made, to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Right, so this place makes circuits and it makes computers. Yeah, so I want to denote that even just a little bit here. Electronics, let's call it. Kind of a circuit board green, something like that. Right, that's fine. Keep it small though, because it's like a sub-factory of the overall oil refinement area. That then is making packaged fuel, plastic, and rubber. That's fine. Okay, cool. All good. Just popping in to say, keep up the good work. I've nearly caught up with the past streams. Awesome, Michael. Thanks. Thank you. Between wood, leaves, and mycelia, you can easily afford to sink proteins. Sink them? No. Yeah, I mean, I guess I know what you mean. Yeah, I guess you could. But isn't it better just to have more biofuel? No? I could run a poll on that, but I would personally rather have more biofuel than have DNA points. Just me. But, you know, maybe I'll defer it to you guys. If you guys think it's just better to have more DNA points and get more tickets in the background, fair enough. Alright, I'm just going to head over to the steel and just mark that and update its names and stuff, because I keep forgetting where things are made. Like the gas filters, right now, in the top of my head, I have no idea where they're made. They must be made over here, but I can't remember doing it. Oh, no, 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 they're done up at the... We just did it at the other oil plant. Yeah, 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 I got it now. You can only use so much. Nah, more biofuel. Well, we could use even more, though. That's the thing. It is true. When I did it that way originally, like making everything. Although mycelia I wouldn't use biomass for. I turned mycelia into other things. Because it can be used to make like healing items and stuff. I feel like I would just keep mycelia. So I can... tempted to even keep some of the hog protein. But no. Keep mycelia, keep pale berries, and then you can make loads of inhalers. I guess, I don't know. I suppose it's not automated that way. Awkward to know what to do. Gunpowder. Black powder. Such an idiot. I just walked away from those AI limiters. Right, so this area then. This is just making obelisks. Okay. Okay. Oh, different icon. No, I'll just leave it at the standard icon. It's fine. All right, cool. So it's a little sub factory there. So steel, electronics, and obelisks. Fine. Steel makes steel pipe, steel beam, and encased industrial beams. So that's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, we just saw tractor jolt out. And then the last one to go over to just really quickly is to the top right, just to update the power facility to show that it's making gas filters as well. I suppose I don't actually have to go there. I can just write it down. I know where it is. So this is oil power plant. Yeah, I'm tempted to say, like, actually, you know what? Because it doesn't make anything other than fuel. So fuel power. And then we'll color it orange. But then off to the side, just around here, it makes the gas filters. Just call it filtration factory. Filters, they're kind of gray. All right, cool. There we go. It's just help me remember, because I just keep forgetting where things are, because they're these little sub factories built off of the original ones. That's okay now. All right, good. What's our power situation? Yeah, we've got about 4,000, maybe less, about 3,000 to play with. Even more if you consider that our consumption line is much below the blue line. I was saying yesterday, like, I'd like to go around and make sure everything's running at 100%. Because for the most part, I think things are, but the reason it goes up and down a little bit would be like truck stations, although that dip there to here indicates that there's probably something not working as it should be. And normally I always try to have a dead consistent line. So it kind of bothers me that it's not consistent, because I'm like, oh, is there some water extractors getting backed up somewhere, or what? Like, I struggle to think what it would be. Everything's hooked up to awesome sync, so everything should be perpetually running. This would be one thing that isn't, though, actually. I remember seeing that before. These are running at like 90%. Unless they fix themselves. Oh, they're actually okay now. Let's just check the source. No, that out. Yeah, that's 100%, so that's actually fine. Randomly a box of plates and frames in there. Just want to check these as well. These are just one other pain point. They're at 84. Yeah. That's because they're fueling trucks and I didn't check how much they require on trips, so we're overproducing on purpose. So that's okay. That's a known one. And the truck station is filled now because of it as well. Yeah. Alright, well anyway, that's not going to change anytime soon. But yeah, I think other than that, I think it's anything to do with truck stations are probably the things that are causing them to go up and down. But I think all the factories are running at like 100. Seems good. Alright. Toss in some geo, and you have a reason for power going up and down. Yeah, so normally what I do there is things like trains, which cause variable power, and same with truck stations. Like a truck station isn't active unless... It's really weird, actually. Truck stations are quite an odd thing. I'll just really quickly show you why. Yeah. Can I just move that forward, please? Thanks. Here's why it's a bit weird. You can have something going in, but it won't go in unless the truck station is powered. Okay, so it's like, okay, but the truck station doesn't consume power unless a truck arrives. So it's just a little odd, because it's like, oh, you won't take in the item unless you're hooked up to like a powered network, but you also don't cost any power. I know it says 20 there, but it's actually not on. It'll have a, unless they've changed it, because that is a change. Oh my god, maybe they've changed it. I was gonna say it's normally a yellow light, but it's just green. Well, I don't know if it's because it's not on a route now or something, but it's not. It's just staying green, whereas the other truck stations are all yellow, so it definitely does go yellow. I don't know why it won't, or what the rule is there, but that's just another example of why they're weird. Not really behaving the way they should be. That whole area has been offline for a while. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, I just want to head out to that other truck stations. I just need to see it for a second. Just to better illustrate my point. So my guess is the ones that aren't active won't have green lights. Let's see though. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh my god, maybe I'm wrong. They must have changed it. Do trucks just always, stations always just operate at 20 megawatts now? That's great if they do, because they used to be variable, where it would only activate if a truck came up to it. Even though, and it needed power to have a melt go into it. So that's different. That is different than Update 8. It did not used to be that way. They fixed it in 1.0. Yeah, wow. Okay then. Well, then I can't blame my power network on trucks as much, and that's great. Anyway, what I was going to say is I'll normally have a separate line for trucks, for lights, and for trains, because and for geothermal, things like that, because they go up and down. So you just have a separate power network for that, and it's totally fine. The geothermal usually powers that network with batteries and things. But yeah, a lot of effort for, you know, you don't need to do that. It's just that's one way to keep your powers lines really clean. And it's like, oh, why do you want to do that? Just so that you always know if there's anything wrong anywhere. You'll know, because then you'll have a straight power line. Right now, I don't know what's wrong where. I mean, you won't know where, I guess. You'll still have to check places. But there could be things wrong all over the place. I don't know. So it's just nice to have it really clean, everything working as intended, I guess. Anyway, I've rambled on enough. Let's head south. Let's get to Blue Crater, and let's build some biofuel and figure out how we're going to do it. The new machines use variable power by design. Which ones? Oh, the ones at the very end of the game. Yeah, I don't know anything about them yet. But again, if anything uses variable, I would just put it on a different network. That'd be my rule. I don't think I'll ever use the power augmenter. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I went to go find sloops. That's the whole reason I went out this way. I do just have to quickly check if we made summer sloops over this way. That was the reason we went there. Because I don't know where they are. I've lost them. We had like 4. And I'm trying to think what I would have put them down to make. And I don't know. They're up by the space elevator? Oh yeah. How do you know that? How did you both know that? Oh my god. I remember there's a little container next to the space elevator. For some reason. Oh, our boombox. Oh, that's why the music went off a minute ago. Anyone know where? Oh, yeah. I remember now. Good. Okay. I was genuinely worried that, like, Did I put them in an awesome sink or something? Did I lose them? Get them. Yeah, we were making crystal oscillators. And we made a few other things. High-speed connectors. And, funnily enough, this is where I made the AI limiters the first time. Let this continue its thing. Thank you for that. I was actually really worried. I was like, oh, what if they're gone forever? So give me that. Give me some AI limiters. So we need, what do we need, like 100 or something? Yeah, 100 in total. Okay. Can't sink loops or spheres. Oh, that's good to know then. I thought maybe you could sink one, you know, and get some like Cybertruck type thing. Oh, hey, we can build our first Mark V belt. There we go. Yes. Oh, looks so good. It's going so fast. I feel like it looks faster than it used to. That looks really fast. Oh, nice. There's already 30 couple in there. 68. All my stacks of books and games back. Check the machines by the space elevator. Thank you. Yeah, sorry that I didn't read that and see it earlier. That's funny. Just make a giant nuclear plant and then your power line evens out by scale. That's true. I'm ignoring it in this playthrough, you know. I'm like, oh, it's fine. It's stable enough. But it's one of those things that if I was on my own and had loads of time, I'd just be like, yeah, we're going to make this as clean as possible. Just down in a Mark V belt with an buff belt, Blade Runners. Do this. Pretty fast. Can I run against it, I wonder? No. Holding shift. And the carpet burn on that. Nice, that was pretty quick. Bonk. So what does this take? Geothermal generators. We could do that too, right? 100 high-speed connectors. We have everything else.
Programmable splitter unlocked. This upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
Cable, quick wire, circuit boards. Deep Rock Galactic, man. Good music. I guess I'm out of quick wire for a while. So I guess I'll leave that. We'll just continue on. We'll let them build up in the background. Gonna dump some stuff that I don't really need anymore. Then we can finally move down south. This has been a weird one, but hey, we finished aluminum, so that is something. And we did do 2 milestones. It just feels... I say this at the end of every stream. It's just like, oh, I feel like I'm not making any progress. Get rid of things I don't really want. Your inventory is so different in this update now since the since the changes they've made. It feels like you need barely anything in it except concrete. How many tickets are we at? 159. It looks like maybe 20,000 coupons for, or ticket DNA points, I guess, for each thing at the moment. Oh, the thing is still here. Alright, yeah, give me those sloops, I guess. You're done. Alright, south. Let's go to Blue Crater. It'll be quick enough once we just ride the zip lines. Good drive, actually. Some of the way. I don't need to send it to the depot. It's not automated, so they'll just run out anyway, so it's fine. Everything into a depot. It just doesn't... if it's not automated, then it doesn't really need it. Place looks like it's running well. Like to see. I've currently got 600 tickets. Trying to get the golden nut. Aren't we all? It's becoming so expensive per ticket. Yeah, exactly. That's why you shouldn't burn a ticket on something that you can just make. I'll be trying to tell everybody. I think it's 2 million for item and 100k for DNA capsules. Wow. Learning the ways of Taoism in this playthrough. Learn to let go of things. I'm totally like that in real life, though. I hold no grudges. Oh, I'm trying to think. Like, really do I? Or Rosie comes in and goes like, yeah, you do. I don't know. I'm only human. I'll get flares of things where I'm like, I complain about things that used to happen, but I really don't wish ill on anyone. Even people who've wronged me. Definitely wrong, like being mean for no reason. It's like, it's all fine. It's so long ago, who cares? Anyway, shenanigans with Molly's dad. Been there. Never really able to catch the streams. And thank you, by the way, for the super chat. Very large super chat, so thank you. But I always catch the recordings, podcast style, when coding at work. Saw you on. I wanted to jump on and say thanks. Keep up the great work. But thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I find it really hard to code while listening to people speaking. That's probably just a me thing. But it was one of the reasons I stopped really listening to music with lyrics a long time ago. Just because I was coding all the time and it would just be distracting or something. It's like the words would make me just pause for a minute. There we go. These can be destroyed, actually. I want to be careful about that. Alright, so I was going to do it somewhere down here. It doesn't need to be on the water necessarily, but it does require some water. This place is familiar. The Great Filter is what this place is. Many people of my YouTube series. Episode 3 or something. Hey, we're gonna build a coal power plant built to spec for Mark 5 belts. It's gonna be huge. Don't worry, it's gonna be easy. And they would never see it again. Hundreds of thousands of people evaporated in an instant. They were lost in the crater. Just flew over a sloop. We'll head back and get it. Oh. I hear little bees buzzing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Never have the equipment I want. It's always something else. How many hits does this take? There we go. Actually, I should hold on to those berries. I'll use the nuts there. There's one right there. Hard drives. Forgot about them. I think I added a stamp. Oh no, it's there. I was gonna say, I think I added it like all the way out there. Ah. Okay, it's food for the biofuel factory. All this is. Alright, cool. Let's get to it. Someone said you could build it, like, at the waterfall. It is kind of interesting to think we could build it, like, here. Would that be weird? I don't know how big it needs to be. I feel like not that big. Build it down in the at the base of the waterfall. Game lore says they're flying crabs. How do you do that stamp again? Alt, left alt, and right click. 48 generators later, my wrist is tired and I'm watching a stream. I don't know what to make of that sentence. I built that plant, I just didn't build it first. Brutalist dam time? Yeah, maybe. Let's look up how big it needs to really be. Right, so let's figure this out. So, biofuel. We'll just assume we're starting with biomass first. Because everything's going to become biomass, right? Pretty sure. Everything just becomes biomass, and then at some point we have to decide what to do with that. So, solid biofuel. Let's zoom in on this. Oh, it has to become solid biofuel. Oh, right. I forgot. Okay, cool. That's fine. Solid biofuel. So 60 per minute, and it takes in 90 per minute. But we could just underclock it. And it'd be like 30 water and 60 solid biofuel. So that'd be 1-to-1. And then we'll be putting out, presumably, 40 per minute, which would be plenty. Now, that's fine. But we need to package it. And to do that, we need canisters. To get the canisters, we kind of want to get that recipe. We don't have yet for the coal. There's coal and stuff around here. Or the one for iron and copper, I guess. But the coal one would be nice. So the footprint's not that big. You just need a 1 water extractor, 1 refinery, and then several constructors to handle the different ways biomass could be broken down, right? Radar. connect this back to the power lines. Might have to just grab one of these power lines. Oh. Oh, the music goes underwater. That's brilliant. Good job. Alright, that was just to see exactly where all the resource deposits are, because I just don't want to be on top of anything. Which is why I'm thinking of going off the edge of the cliff here. Oh, hello. Hello. Right, so resources. Show me the resources. Oh, wow. There's stuff all the way out here. There's a pure iron node right behind me. Didn't even clock it. And then all the coal is here. So we said that coal plus iron would make steel, which could go and give us the canisters that we need if we could just siphon a little bit away from this area. Alternatively, temporarily, we could just set up a little bit of crude oil making plastic and send it down to make the canisters if we wanted to run the place right now until we get that recipe. Did I just already have a look at... Yeah, cool. Did that. Alright, cool. Yeah, alright. There's a better recipe for fabric than wasting mycelia on it. No, I know. I wasn't talking about that. We already have the polymer going into fabric. We'll turn mycelia into biomass. That's fine. I was thinking more for the healing properties it has. It can be used in these two. But if you can't automate them, then whatever, man. You know? We can just grab some. We'll be able to grab as much as we need to meet the equivalent berry amount. I'm not too worried about that. Plus, probably just use this one, right? That seems like a decent one to go with. Bacon pail and nuts. Just once you gather up enough, you can just start crafting that. I'm just wondering about the accessibility of this area. I like the idea of even connecting across here with a bridge. How we'll get down to it. But this seems to be a decent little floor. And then the water would just come down on a pipe somewhere in here. But sure. Why not? Let's try it. Let's be different. Of course it's going to be built at the most awkward angle. Suppose I want to be able to fly, right? Let's bring our power down here. We need a hypertube that will get us up. We can bring a hypertube up through the waterfall. Why not? Slip and slide. Hey there, I just popped in to say hi and thank you. I'm on episode 2 of this and looking forward to catching up someday. No spoilers now. Okay. It's just funny to think. I was trying to work out how many hours that is. It's a long time. But I hope you enjoy it. I'll hopefully see you when you catch up. How much time do we have, by the way? I've still got some time. Oh my god, yep. Thank you. I always forget. Almost every time I do it. Alright. Now we can just float. Oh, I wonder, how far out can we go? There's no world border here. Okay. Alright. If you say so. I just thought about it, we're never going to see the bottom of this, so does that even matter? No, we could just build whatever foundation we need. Kind of bothers me a little bit knowing, but it's fine. Still just want to do 2 meters anyway. Alright, let's... I'm also thinking, like, should I try to build off-grid? Because then I could angle it that way and we're really, like, facing the waterfall, which could be kind of cool. Because it's not like this place gets delivered anything. So does the grid matter? Probably not. I'm thinking, yeah, let's make it look kind of cool. Or try to, anyway. A little bit. Build off-grid, yeah, I think he'll do it. Going off-grid! How close can we get to that? That's pretty good. Actually, this is already getting some spillage, so maybe here's fine. Yeah, that really is the line, because it's just about crossing that point. Okay. Because you could have a window, right? Some sort of, clean window that just looks into the waterfall. Not sure which one. Doesn't matter right now, but just something like that, where it goes across and then you're done. And there'll be a way to get out as well. Alright. So then everything from here is just going to be determining the space that we need to house these machines, and then where we come in, where we dump the stuff, how it gets sorted, all of that. Someone said there is a border, it's just way out. Okay, cool. Jim. Thanks, Jim. Jim's been very active today. In a great way. I prefer the Hyper 2 cannon combo. It gets me to Factory in seconds. There's a teleporter later on, so. Why do people keep wasting tickets buying parts? It's a factory game designed to make everything. You get new recipes, rewards instead with the tickets. Yeah, I know, I don't know. I'm not still zoomed in. This isn't you might be a little behind, Martin. Sorry about that. But this isn't zoomed in now. Afternoon on Stay Tour. Good to see you. Hi, Josh. I never said thank you for showing my coal power plant video in your Update 8 video. Showing my coal power factory in your Update 8 video? I must admit, I don't remember showing anyone else's builds in my videos. I just used the model as an inspiration for my new factory in 1.0. Love your playstyle. I was usually a little bit behind. That's okay. Thanks, Josh. And sorry, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I showed your coal power plant. Or do you mean that you built my coal power plant? Okay, well, let's see. So the only other thing that I need to work out is all the different types of things that can be made into biomass. Which is easy to see now, thanks to this being updated. So, pretty straightforward. So only 4 types, all constructors. Wood. Well, that's not quite true. Because we could turn alien... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's wood... Biomass, alien protein. There's an eye in that rock. It kind of looks like a face. Like that's the mouth. And then there's like an eye there. And then another eye here. Kind of? I have everything auto-syncing using overflow valves and generate plenty of tickets in the background, and also manually via slooped DNA capsules. I have all the recipes available in the shop. Most of the statues already. I don't see the need to be stingy with tickets personally. Turn around, not that rock. I'm just seeing faces and everything now, but I don't see an eye. An eye? Where are you guys seeing it? In this direction? I'll just hold there for a second while I'm also working this out. Damn pattern recognition. Mycelia. Alright, so that's 4 constructors needed for those, but then we also need 4 for these. The 4 things need to make alien protein that then can go into the one that makes the large-scale amount of biomass. Cool. Anything else then? Is that it then? What else do we drop in here? Oh yeah, we want to drop in like slugs. They're going to get sorted, so slugs then. That'll need to just be 3 different variants. The unfortunate thing there is if you want to automate that and have it be slooped nicely, we'd need to put sloops into each one. It's just a bit of a waste. And really, I'd like all of this to be... but I guess we'll have to draw the line somewhere until we get more. Slugs will require a power shard. Yeah, sloop all that biomass, you'd never run out. Exactly, right? It's like you just have so much. You could even use it to power things like trucks and drones or whatever. It would actually make that much. But eventually it would run out. Sorry for the misunderstanding. At the end of the coal power plant video, you showed some build from players who rebuilt... Oh, right. Nice. I do remember that. Sweet. That's great. That was really cool, because it was early on in that series. It's the first time I saw people just building exactly what I made. Or, you know, variants of it. I don't see the eye, but we'll just have to leave it, I guess. I don't see it. I don't see the face, I don't see the eye, I don't see the nose. I don't know what people are talking about. I saw one in that when I looked hard enough, but... I don't see it here, don't see it up there. I mean, the mushrooms, you said in the rock, so it's like, unless it's small, I'm looking big picture, and I still just don't really see it. Anyway, whatever, I don't know why, it doesn't really matter. I want to see it, damn it! That stank off here. What do you reckon? You reckon I can hit that? No, it's close. Closer than I thought. I don't know why I'm running as if it's going to make any difference, but it might. Oh, yes. There's boulders over there. All right. So, by my count, that's a total of 8, 9, 10, 11 constructors that are needed. This is our initial floor. It can go out in different ways, I guess. We don't mind going over an area like there. I don't know which way I'd come down. Or do I come down in the river or in the waterfall? Or just like land in, come in here maybe? So you just take the center point of that down. There may be a hypertube or something that leads in. Secret entrance on the edge. I don't know if that would look weird. We'd have to be here, and we'd just like hop into it, and it would just transport us down. I guess I have to see if that even works. Transport. Suppose ultimately we'd need a big power pole. Kind of interesting. What would happen actually if I go into it and it's in the water? I don't know. You know? Is it going to cancel me out? That was so off. Insane. I can't see it at all. Like, let's put the power pole in the water. Oh, it's fine. Fine. There we go. I suppose to line that up nicely, we could build a foundation up there just to get it aligned and just see if it works. But that's all right. Sure. Not gonna be able to. Well, obviously I wanted to go in from that side, but just I want to see if this will even work first. So let's just walk in here. Works. Okay, good. a little dangerous, but it works. Alright, so just get rid of that bit now. Start from the bottom and go up, and that should put us right in the waterfall. And it puts us in another dimension. That's not too bad. Flushing myself down the waterfall. Yeah, sure. You know what? Let's just go with this. I'd say we could build even closer then. And we'll make that coated concrete. It'll give it that like wet effect. Oh. To be the landing area, you know? Then you have to go into the building or something. I don't know. Well, I suppose you could just be inside it. You still have that slotted floor blueprint. The slotted floor. Not sure. I don't really know what that means. Slotted floor, like slots. Yeah, I don't really know what that would be. Thank you, Skyledge, by the way. Oh, didn't actually mean that. Get back down. Ugh. I mean, I guess the issue would be you're looking through the world, kind of. Ah, whatever. Alright, cool. So, yeah, my thought is on this... I'm going... cosmetic before function, I guess, on this one, but this is like the landing room. So you come in, maybe there's like a barrier fence here. Because obviously you go really far. Tarp, that kind of makes sense, right? Catch you. I know that's not exactly what tarp would do, but kind of makes sense. You could have U-jelly just in the wall, but that sucks. U-jelly's so slow. Ugh. Not great stopping and just staring at the thing. Let me just see how far does it actually throw me just one more time. It's just so fun going up and down. Ethan Alumbo. Alumbo. Thanks very much for becoming a channel member. Thank you. Oh, I stop here. We don't need to. Okay, that's fine. Grated metal for grip. And hang on. The grated floor you used in your last biofuel factory. Oh, yeah. I don't have it now, but I could pull it down off the blueprints that I have. That might be kind of cool. Or we could just make one. So what they're talking about is basically this. If we just grab metal beams. I think that they just use painted... I use painted beams. I want to lower that, but I don't know how. I guess I must have figured it out in the blueprint designer. But, oh, I guess you go like this. Nope, that doesn't do it. Well, whatever. I'll just use the blueprint. But yeah, it looks like that all the way across, so it's like the water goes through. That would be needed somewhere over at the edge, right? Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Let's see if I can make that happen. I'll just go into my blueprints really quickly, which are available for everybody. So let's do it together. Go to what Darren plays .com/satisfactory. Update 8. Blueprint files. I built it in the liquid biofuel factory. Blueprints, enlightenment. Foundation drain. There she is. Yeah. Now, thinking about it, I have these. They're already downloaded. I know that what it's called though, that helps. So foundation drain. Copy them from here. Alright, I don't know if it's in already, but it might be. Let's see. I feel like you need to load back in. Yeah. Alright, let's just save it real quick. This is stream 16. You used 1 meter walls last time to make it happen? Hmm. Yeah, don't remember doing it. Notice that my low frame rate. No, not really. Kind of, not really. There it is. Foundation drain. And I did want to use... I didn't really want... Oh yeah, grip metal I guess is kind of shiny. I thought the coated concrete would look kind of nice, but we could just use grip metal, I suppose. Oh, here the... Might just look a little better to clean it up on the sides. Alright, there we go. I guess we could push this back further. Doesn't necessarily need to be that close. Let's try here instead. Obviously, we'll clean up the cables. It's all bendy though. Why is I don't know why it's necessarily done that. But yeah, what I'd like to do then to get it right, I suppose, is to build this up and just align it above. I suppose just using walls would make more sense for that. Sorry for the dithering, but... Starting right there actually might be a good spot. Can we get any closer? Yeah. Right. Now we'll clean that other bit up later, but that's the bit where it starts, right? If we want to think of it as quote done. That bit. Cool. All right. Hide those cables better as well. It's taking shape. It's gonna look great. That looks great. Nice. Good job, Ryan. How about a 1 meter ramp towards the drain as drainage? A 1 meter ramp towards the drain. Oh, so it spills off into it. How very creative of you. Do that. Oops. Should it be metal? Be spilling that way. What would happen if we came out and hit that ramp? We launched up in the air. I mean, it's a good idea. It makes total practical sense, but I would just say for the build, no. But maybe see what you guys think. We could have a barrier or something along it. Just obviously, for here, that would need to be probably removed here at least. Oh, sorry, I meant to even just see what would happen. It doesn't really matter. I don't like the look of that, so probably leave it. But yeah, maybe a barrier. We could do that light trick with this barrier, so that could look kind of cool. Honestly, you could probably put the little fence on top or something as well. That's a pretty big one. The small fence. No, it looks quite tall, right? I thought there was a smaller version of that, no? That's such a shame they didn't add a small version, like just a low version. I hate when that happens, like to do little inconsistent things like that. What do you think, with or without that? And oh, let me. I guess we'll have a look at the final version, which will be having the lights built into it. So those are the display signs. Can't remember how people did this. You can get it so that it goes straight in. Yeah, there we go. Good to blueprint this in future, I guess, because doesn't make it easy to build right now. But if we put these all in place first and then build the barriers over it, and then we light these first, look a lot better. Tarp fence. Not a fan of the tarp fence. I don't know why. Tarp also does make sense there for the water. We can have a look at both. Maybe do a poll. Do this real quickly. Right, I like the colors I used in my previous Biofuel factory, so we'll use those again. It was kind of like a purpley color. Guardsman purple, maybe? I feel like it might have been actually a softer pink than this, but I think, excuse me, because it's really bright at the moment, that might be why it looks that way. In the bioluminescence of the cave, I think it came out a bit differently. All right. Okay, and we can still paint that bottom part of the barrier. Be different. It's yellow at the moment. Go with gray for now. So the question would be like, I need it to be dark, and then it'll really look better. Or put a roof over this place, just even temporarily. I'll just do that so we can see what it looks like dark in darkness. I mean, the place will have a roof over it actually, so. But let's just do one super quick to see what that would look like. Suppose you probably need the grate on top if it's going to have a roof as well then, right? Like that kind of grate thing, just coming straight through. Something like this. Maybe we could have a light shine up towards this if it's too dark. Yeah, I'm aware Sky UI's up. I just don't want to even install the mod manager. I'm just too cautious with that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's try the tarp fence as well then, see what you guys think. So I would have gone with this color though, just really quickly. The guardsman purple again. That would be the look I'm going for, kind of. And we'll have some lights and things. That'll be basically it. Let's have a look at the tarp fence then, as a comparison. I mean, it's just huge. So I would say no. feel like I would overrule that straight away. Oh my god. I didn't know you could color it so much. Wow. I had no idea you could do that, but interesting, I guess. Does that mean... Oh yeah, you can make it real shiny. Put displays between the grates. That's a bit much. I would almost be tempted to put a display behind the grate to see what it would look like. Ooh, it's trippy looking at that thing. Yeah. If the tarp was small, maybe. Same with the grated fence thing. Alright, leave it like that. Like that one. Now, is this as high as... We're going to have to go higher, because we need a refinery. So this was just temporary, just to see what the darkness looked like. So I'll just remove this briefly. And I want windows and stuff on the roof, eventually. I don't have a grand vision for this, though. I'm just kind of building and winging it, seeing what looks good. I'm happy enough with that. So this is our little entrance. Maybe we could even just pad that as grip metal as well. Right, anyways, so somewhere as we come in, we have to then say, okay, I want to drop off all my stuff, right? We need the containers to be like in this area. And I say containers, it's probably, I'd like it to be just one. So it's like your biofuel drop-off point. So really, I would like it to be even here. Sorry, not biofuel, biomass, like anything bio-organic material. Right? Then we have like a portrait sign right there. And do the same as I did before, basically, which is this icon. Colors. Yeah, I guess we'll just use that purple in here. Again, I feel like the purple I'm using is too bright, but it might look better when it's darker in the building. Turn off the emissions, the text, bio, organic, material. That's where you drop it. There it goes. Boom. So, you know, the idea would be every now and then, rarely, but every now and then we come down here, we hop into our little thing, maybe further back, launches us in here. We're right on the line of the grip, just about. And then we have our box here to drop our stuff in. Then it gets fed into the factory, it gets made into something, and then out here on this side should be the side that we collect our biofuel. Right? That makes sense. Now, one container, probably not enough. Ah, and it would go into a depot above it. Make the water glow. We'll get to all that, maybe, in the future. Yeah, I like the idea of maybe having a few angled signs aiming up towards it, projecting some light onto it. But let's just build the actual logic, and then we can worry about the cosmetics. Alright, so I'm happy with that. So yeah, we land in, drop in our stuff, and it's going to make its way into the factory now. So ultimately it needs to go... It needs to sort wood, biomass, alien protein, and mycelia. So the alien protein... Peace. Peace. What's this mean? Oh, yeah. Crap, gotta run. See you later, everyone. Yeah, Rosie just said the same to me. I'll probably have to finish this next week, I guess. Although, let's see how much we can do. Another 20 minutes or so, we might be able to get it done. It's not that complicated. Just might be not, won't be able to do in the cosmetics, I don't think. Alright, anyways. The problem is, the first splitter will have to denote. Yeah, got it. Right, so first splitter will go this way, and we'll say, like, it's any form of protein. 1, 2, 3. We need 4. So I could actually say here. Oh. Now, people say you don't need programmable splitters, and I'm sure you don't, but let's see. Yeah, it's too awkward if you don't use a programmable. I'm just going to use a programmable. So how... Yeah, we could do it. It's so much easier using a programmable splitter, I think. And now that you don't need supercomputers for it, way easier. So, now we can say left output is going to be hog remains, spitter remains, hatcher, and stinger. All the remains go at the left. Anything else goes straight through. Then we could use smart splitters, right? I think probably at this point. So this one is going to take in all the remains, and out the left we'll say anything. Out the center we'll just choose one of them, so we'll start with the first one, right? Hog remains. Any undefined, but not that, basically. Yep. This is then going to say out the right. I'd like to keep the order the same. So spitter. And then out the center, any undefined. I'm just going to copy that, paste that here. That one doesn't actually technically need anything. That should just be what remains, and we can choose what that is anyway, but it shouldn't possibly get backed up. We designed this place correctly. So at the right, spitter, any undefined goes ahead. At the right then is going to be not stinger, hatcher. Any undefined, or we could just say stinger out the center, right? So if something else goes here, something's wrong, but it shouldn't happen because only these were possible at the left anyway, right? So that's all good. You found the eye and clipped it? Drop the clip in chat if you can. Or Discord or something, and I'll have a look. Okay, so anyways, so that means we know that this one is stinger protein. This one is hatcher protein. This one is spit. And this one is hog. Great, that's the first thing done. Now, ultimately, they all need to get made into biomass. So, everything else that's going to go through would be the wood. Biomass as well. Am I wrong with that? Hang on. You do want to be able to handle in case we just send biomass straight through in the first place, because sometimes you might have it. Just in case. So it would be leaves. Yeah. Wood, leaves, alien protein, which we're handling, and mycelia. So wood, leaves, and mycelia. And then I would probably have something that says if it's biomass, it does something else, but we'll see about that at the end. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think where should it go. So I was trying to think they could go like all on the same line into something that gets made into biomass and curls around. We ultimately are aiming for there when we get a refinery. We can expand this out obviously, but are you gonna sloop these constructors? Yeah, that was it would be nice to. I've got 7. I could do that or sloop the biofuel itself. Or both. If I had more sloops, I'd do them all. But we have to be a bit choosy somewhere on the line, somewhere, you know? So maybe not the protein, but the biomass that comes from the protein. Because these would all require 1, right? That'd be 4 straight away. But if we don't have them right now, we could just say, okay, the biomass itself could do it. Also, what is it, 20 per minute? So these would all handle Mark 1 belts either way. So we could always upgrade and get these in eventually. So that's okay. We can leave them bare for now. Whereas other things their rates might be a bit more based on it. So 2 of them in here, that'd be good. So just get way more biofuel out for the same solid biofuel in, but also increase the amount of solid biofuel probably would be good. But the answer is yes. Got to think about it as we're doing that. How are you automating biofuel? Well, you still have to collect the initial hog remains or the different remains and all the grass and wood and things. But for very little, you can actually get a lot out that will last you a long time. So it won't be running back and forth very often. I mean, in my other game, I think I maybe dumped things into that factory twice, and there's something like 13,000 biofuel. So it's like, I don't know if I'll ever need to go back there. But the reason you want biofuel anyway isn't really for powering things, generally, it's for your jetpack. So we're going to send it into a dimensional depot eventually anyway, and it's just going to go into the cloud, into our uploader or whatever, and we'll just always have it where we are. Because it burns slower than regular fuel, and allows you to go further on the jetpack, so you just want to have it. Anyways, right, so one thing that I'm just going to be a little annoying about, just really quickly, is this is just a bit too far forward. If I bring it back, I can have the... Yeah, I should put it there, maybe. Have to set those recipes again. I know the order, I think. Not that it the order... Oh, it does kind of matter now, actually, yeah. Okay. Let's check that. So that's hog going in there. Spitter. Yep. Hatcher to the right. Yep. And then stinger. Cool. Alright, back to normal. Now. That's where we have it coming out. The question, I could bring it that way and bring it up here or something. This needs to turn it into biomass. So now we just need 1 constructor that's doing biomass. Oh no, you need multiple because there's 4 recipes. So we still need 4. So 1 for this. Okay, yeah. The layout then. Go here. 1. I don't need that. I'm gonna go straight. These will be needed. 2, 3, and 4. So that's a program, but we'll just get a smart splitter here. Same thing we did before. Now, we just said that that's going to be wood, leaves, mycelia, and I'm also going to add in biomass. Just in case we throw that in there. I used to do it where we had flowers, right? And that would be made into color cartridges. That's not needed. Also, just realized we don't have our power slug area. So maybe on this, out the right, we could send power slugs. Kind of wanted to leave that space for walking. We could say out the right of this one could be the power slugs and it could go into an area up here, actually. Yeah. Damn, sorry. Just still figuring it out on the fly. I hope people don't mind. I'll leave that for a second. Pasted it in the chat, by the way. Did it get removed? Because it might be... Yeah, I think links get removed. Can't look. I don't know how to look at it. Is there a... No, I don't have the moderation stuff open. I actually can't see. I'm sorry. That's a rough name to say, by the way. I just realized how your name is spelled. Ginger, right? It almost reads like something else. Definitely sloop the power slugs. Yeah, totally. How goes the factory? It's good. Yeah, so we're building at the base of a waterfall, and I'm just laying it out now, but I think I've got a good plan. So this now is going to go around to the right with the power slugs. And I think if I aim these out the left, it might make more sense. The power slugs are just going to be made into shards. This would be... Well, that now needs to be... That would have to be a programmable splitter there, because it could be any of the... Oh yeah, because there's 3 types of slugs, so you need 3 constructors for those. That'll be one there, and there. This is so annoying, but I have to do one more thing. Okay, so we're going to move that there. We're going to move this here. I copy that. Have I set that up the same way? Yeah. Paste that onto that one then. This... I'm basically moving everything forward. It needs to come forward by 1. But we can copy and paste them at least to make it a little bit quicker. Copy that, paste that in there. So now we can delete this. This one needs to aim to the left. Copy that, paste that. Copy that, paste that. It'll make sense in a second, I hope. Otherwise I'll mess it up. Copy that, paste that. Right, let's have a look at this just real quickly. Right, so out the left, hog, spitter, patcher, stinger. Straight up. Hog, any undefined to the left. Cool. Here, out the right, spitter. Taking in spitter. Out the right, hatcher. Taking hatcher. This one now is going to be spitter. Or sorry, stinger. So we'll say any undefined out the center. So the slugs will be traveling along here. The slugs will then go around this way. Yeah, we'll just have to extend this further out a little bit. So slugs come around here, along the center, and then somewhere here they'll be into 3 constructors. Now the weird thing about these would be that they don't need to go, they don't make biomass, right? They're just making shards. Kind of doing their own thing a bit. We still have to divide them up with smart splitters a little bit, I think. Move the stinger constructed to the left of the hog, then wrap the slugs around the back of the waterfall, exactly like that. Nice. I'm glad for once I have the right idea. Yeah. Alright, cool. Okay, so this would be, let's say it's the blue slugs, this one's the yellow, and this one's the perps. These are going to take sloops, definitely, so that's fine. Great thing is, I'd really like to get this turned on today, because I have like loads of materials that we could deliver here, so that'd be really fun. See it all working. So at the right, we need blue. Any undefined, straight ahead. At the right, we need yeller. Any undefined. And then here, taking your perp. Although we can actually set it to be purple, I suppose. Okay, I think the logic on that is fairly sound. And then did I give them sloops? That one has one, that one has one, that one has one. Yep. Alright, so we dump everything into here. Willy-nilly, they say. What we could do as well is out the... Oh yeah, at the front we have the wood, leaves, biomass. I kind of like an error catching as an old programmer. It's usually good to have like something that says like, well, if it's not any of these, send it back. and bring it somewhere else, you know, like put it into some container. Not that one, but something, somewhere, so that it's like, oh, if you made a mistake and you accidentally dropped in something that can't be used here, it goes into a box and you can collect it later. But you could do, so you'd have like an any undefined here as well. So it's like anything that's not in that just keeps going straight. Maybe that will go somewhere else. A little tougher to build it that way, but I'd like to do that. Anyways, let's just finish off this bit. So the mergers can go back now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess we don't need that one. You don't have slugs on the first splitter. Oh yeah, good call. Good call. Thank you for that. Nice. Okay, cool. These will be our shards. So the shards can go into their own little private depot, right? They don't really need to go anywhere else. Hopefully there's space there. Oh, that space is okay. Did I do the same thing with these? I did. I moved them a bit too far forward. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to be really anal about this and just try to get it right. I guess the hard bit doesn't have to move the splitters. Nice. Okay, cool. Right, so just gives a bit more space for those belts. And then that just goes in there. So that'll be our power shards into our pocket. It fills up, I suppose, just in case it fills up. Might be nice to have that buffer though, right? It's on Discord now. Check it out then. Sounds like we're making dinner, not biofuel. I still have to make dinner, actually. Drop it under the floor and sink it. Just found out you can't sloop the packager. Rip. Oh, really? Interesting. Wonder why they made that choice. Maybe liquids are hard to... Oh no, we just saw that you could do it with the other thing. It's in Discord. Let's see, the eyes. Eye in the rock. Clipped at this moment. It's not this. I don't see it. Are we saying that that and that are eyes? Because that's really reaching, if that's what is the eyes. But I don't see it otherwise. But you guys let me know. I don't know. May need a storage container for the shards too, since I had over 500. Yeah, I was just thinking like, it's like, oh, I guess they could build up and back things up a lot, so maybe best not to do that. Just to, yeah, have the depot. Just in case. Alright, so back to... So that's that done. That's the shards are done. Right of your face at the very end. Just to the right of my face at the end. I have to give up on this because I don't see any eyes. You can't actually see even what I was doing there, but I don't see any eyes here. To the right of my face. Somewhere up here, you think? I don't see it. Definitely looks like eyes. What? I feel like people are trolling me. I don't see it. Anyway. I actually see it now. It's fine, yeah. Alright. Maybe I'll notice it after. It'll be one of those, like, when you see it moments or whatever. Okay. So, going straight forward, we need wood, leaves, mycelia, and then possibly a catch for the biomass itself. The catch could go straight forward, actually. Yeah. Maybe nothing there. That'd be wood, leaves, and mycelia, and this is biomass itself. No, this is alien protein. Yeah. It's a shame you can't have a splitter merger. Okay, well, we can get rid of that. Let's do it here. This will be all made into biomass. So alien protein goes straight into that one. This one then will be, well, it doesn't really matter what order we do it in, but let's just follow this. Wood, leaves, mycelia. Wood. Leaves. And mycelia. Okay. So at the center, wood. At the right, leaves. And ahead, mycelia. Now, any undefined at the left, please? Ooh. It's not any undefined. I was going to send the biomass at the right. And it was going to curl up into this area to do other things. Apparently we can go quite far out, which is what we're going to do. But we can start curling around now. The refinery can probably go somewhere here as it leads back to that area. Oh yeah, I still have to think about the packager, which might go over there. Right, so that's going to have to be a programmable then. Just in the way I'm doing it. And it's cheap now, so who cares? So, center output is going to be wood. Left is going to be two things, which is mycelia and leaves. And the right will be biomass. Hey, Jamie. Michael. I was going to say Jamie. A new feature is just rolled out onto YouTube where if you look at your analytics in the Creator Studio, sorry, if you look at your comments, it now says, instead of comment, it's actually interesting. On the bottom of this app, there's like categories. All right, this is my city builder channel. If I go to my bigger channel, categories on the bottom change. It's not the same anymore. It's like it has, like bigger channels get different things. But instead of comments, it now says like community activity. And then it tells you who's like, it's actually just changed. Anyway, it tells you who's like these community members that are like most active, and Jamichael Burns was #1. Or I don't know if you're #1, but he's in the top 3. Yeah, it's just changed. It's actually just, it might have just removed it, because it was there. And I remember thinking like, oh, that's a bit weird, because I just want to see my comments. And it was this whole like community thing. Maybe they've moved it somewhere else now. I think a smart splitter would work there too with any undefined to the left. So when it was a smart splitter, if it was any undefined to the left, then that could handle these two, but I couldn't handle the biomass, which is why I put back in the programmable. Oh, I could have just said out the right goes biomass. Yeah, you're right. All right, let's just fix it then. I don't know why. You're right. Why didn't I just do this? I was like, oh, I can't do that, but you can. Because I was like, oh, any undefined. And I just forgot about the right slot. I was like, oh, any undefined is going to take the biomass up. I just didn't think of that. Yeah, you're right. Good call. All right, cool. Efficiency. All right, wow, 300 per minute. Thanks. Need a fat belt for that. All right, so there's all our biomass. Out the right is the extra biomass that can, if we end up putting some in, we have some already, we find some, whatever the case. Just go around this way. So the biomass then needs to, at that stage, go into the packager, right? Or no, because it gets made into solid biofuel. Again, in a constructor, actually. So that's easy enough. Wait for the autosave. There we go. Now these will get backed up a little bit, but that's okay. You know, it's like a manual. It's like a not a fully autonomous build. Just as long as it doesn't block anything, it shouldn't. And of course we will buff those just a bit. All right, so here is our solid biofuel. And it takes 120 in per minute of biomass. So I guess ultimately all you want to be pooping out that much. And that can be 360, 150, 1500 per minute. Wow. That's why it's like you can just get so much from animal remains. That's like, I get it for the tickets, but it's too much to pass up of something that you can actually use rather than just like a statue. You could just get. But yeah, let's just do Mark II belts at least. You wanted a catcher just in case you add something wrong. Oh, I still have that out the right here. This will be any undefined. And that will go somewhere else. I'm not sure where though. Like it could go up and over or something. Because I wanted this center point to be a bit more of a walkway, but I've kind of already blocked it. So I don't know really what the layout's going to be. So maybe the walkway just ends here. I mean, ultimately, you don't need to go into the factory. You just, that's what the two containers are for. And then if, I'm sure I'll just fly around it or maybe take a walkway up and over something. So yeah, that's okay. But yeah, to the right, maybe here would just be another container that's like the things you didn't need. And maybe over that we can send stuff into the top bit. So, just to workshop that right now, it'd be like this. Any undefined. So if it's none of these things, send it back out and send it out fast. Nick Forrest, thanks very much for becoming a channel member. We want this to be nice and fast. I would say 20, these are all slow if you go left, right? So that's fine to be 60. Going through here though, keep it at 4. Is that 4? Let's keep it at 4. 5 is a bit too fast. And then we're into wood territory, so 60 per minute, that's fine. At the left, gonna be the leaves and mycelia. Yeah, so I feel like the leaves are the high volume stuff, so. Leaves 120 per minute, 15, so that's fine at Mark 1. If it makes it out that way, it shouldn't be going that fast. That's kind of what it needs then. Alright, leave it like that. So, solid biofuel then. Great, finally. So now, I imagine somewhere over here is where the packager is sending stuff, like the canisters. Sorry, the canisters are coming this way. We also need to send down water. Forgot about that. So, yeah. Or pull it up from the void. But yeah, I'd imagine a one water extractor here with a pipe going straight down on this side or something. You'd have to go up and over something to get to us. That's a bit of an oversight. Oh well. It's just it's not an oversight, it's just inelegant, I guess, to have it so far in there. A packager somewhere here that takes in the... Or the water... The refinery somewhere near the back where the water would have been coming in. Maybe would have been better. Sorry, let me just extend power in here. Alright. Solid biofuel, so... Mix it with water, and we're going to underclock it, right? To do 60 per minute. We don't need high volume. It's fine. Have I gotten that one? I have, yeah. Have to be done. Just run the pipe under the floor. Yeah, maybe. I'll know it's there, but maybe. I like seeing pipes. It might be nice just to run it over some area that, if we can make it look good and contain it. I just didn't leave much space, so we'd have to run over a belt, you know. But that's okay. We could still use the pipe stilt things, so it could still look all right. If there was just a little more less cliff here, and it could just follow it on this side and then gone into a packager here. Anyway, I digress. Full of biofuel and water. I'm wondering, should this maybe aim this way instead? Yeah, I think so. Because we can have it here. You can't do that because they're touching tips. Really? Wow. Reverse the direction before I build it. Goes in there, and then that's the solid biofuel. And then the refinery could just be there to the side. Or even just wrapped around again. Like that. Pushed up a bit, I guess. We need them to be at the same line. There. In the center. And they're going to use that to talk to each other. And that allows our pipe to just kind of... Well, I guess the pipe wouldn't have really... Oh, yeah, it's fine. Pipe can come along here then. That's going to be water going in. Solid biofuel. Yeah, so just need to change these directions around. Clear pipes would be cool. Yeah, there's a mod for fluid buffers that are clear. That's actually really dope because you can. It's functional really because you can see how full they are from a distance. It's quite nice. But if the game updates, then the fluid buffers don't exist. Because it's not just a graphical change to the existing buffers, it's its own building. Alright, this is a really fun build. There's something simple about it, and like, there's no pressure if it goes wrong, really. Alright, one other thing I'm just going to do really quickly. I'm going to slot that in the center here. Dead. So this one definitely wants it to be slooped, right? So that's 120 per minute. 120 per min. So interesting. It could, I guess maybe we'll go into 2 refineries then. Sorry about that. Yeah, it just seems to be working out better, right? Maybe even right there and there. Oh. Had it under control the whole time. I know you can glide. I just panicked. Rightio. Okay. Now they'll need to be underclocked. And they need to be farther forward. And then we need to also bring down the canisters, or somehow bring the ore down and make them here in that open gap, maybe. That'll be the last component. Hey, thanks, Les. I'm gonna use this. It's not needed, but it can make things neater. I don't really need these to be that raised anyway, but... Thanks again, Les. Here, Tude. Out of their minds. Same with Nick Forrest earlier. Pipes used to have windows, but there was issues, so we have the bulge pipe instead, right? Very cool. So now we need a junction. What the hell happened there? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. This looked like it wasn't when it first came out. Now, we want to sloop both of these MFers as well, but also underclock them. So we know that we're getting 120 biofuel out per minute. Interestingly, I'm out of sloops. I need a second one. But oh well. Yeah, so this is 60, right? So we need 40 per minute out. Go. Yeah, so not quite as much as we'd like, but it will be 160 per minute. Traveling along. Maybe right along the center and then into a little packager here. Figure out how to get its material nicely in there. So I imagine the material and input will be coming around from this direction. Or above things, but I'd rather avoid that if I could. But anyway, let's just do the pipes. So the pipes are raised, which is a little awkward. Not too bad though, but... I need to find out what's the minimum space I can go up. There? Is that as high as we need to go? Just there, right? That leaves room for the belt underneath. It's in the center of the foundation, but it's not in the center of the thing because the pipes come out at different angles, but I guess it's fine. Suppose. You can put a single sloop in, by the way. Oh, yeah, no, I knew. I was just wondering, like, it messes with the rates a bit, but whatever. If we know we're getting it eventually. So that's 160 per minute is what we're going to be making. So we want packaged biofuel. 160 per minute is going to be going in. You could overclock one like crazy. Just leave it overclocked. What would that be? 100 per minute? It's not good enough. It's actually so much more because of the slooping than I ever would have thought. Yeah, 160 per minute. Okay, so we need multiple of these. That was a bad idea doing this then. So if each one is doing 80 per minute, maybe we could just set it each one to be 80. 200%. I don't know what the power draw is, but I'm happy to spend it. It's fine. For two of these. That'll be a bit nicer for the pipes, actually. Leave them like that. And we can't sloop these, so it is what it is. For some reason. Alright, there we go. 80 per minute. So they'll need, we'll need 160 canisters. Well. And then these guys can merge up and go into their little buddies. We'll see the middle point between these is about here. How much is it per thing? It's 80. That's raised. Oh yeah, it's 3 over. Sorry. Sorry, I said that was 80, so it's Mark II there, but it's Mark III here. Is that right? 270? Yeah. In we go. Not that that matters, because we only have 30 upload speed anyway. Alright, cool. So, the missing components here then for this would be, we have to hook it all up to power. The other thing would be that we're not getting the water, so the water extractor would be the easiest thing, I guess. And then we have to find... Oh, we never looked at the hard drive. Did we get another one? Oh yeah. Steel canister. Man, I got good streamer luck today. And yesterday as well, I needed one recipe and the first hard drive gave it to me. It was the sloppy alumina, I think. And then we also got the heavy modular frame thing that removes screws. Hey, what's up, JC? Good to catch you live again. I just finished a massive project, the train network, collecting all the bauxite on the map. Brain is fried. Good job, man. Yeah, bauxite, that's actually one of those ores that's like somewhat doable, you know? Because someone was saying, could you collect all the ore on the map? Just in general. It's like, I'll never do that. I don't want to do that. But yeah, bauxite's like, yeah, you kind of almost, not should, but definitely could. Same with uranium, obviously, that's a more doable one. Alright, nice. So, with that, there's coal and iron right next to me, so we're going to bring it in from over there, I guess. Now, I'm going to be a bit lazy. I'm really running tight for time. I don't want to go beyond midnight, and there's only 30 minutes to go. So just for now, and I promise it is for now, we're just going to bring this down kind of manually and just get it running. And then on the next stream on Wednesday, we'll come back and finish the factory. And try to make it look a little bit better and just make the resources that are coming in a bit cleaner. So, this is water coming in. And ultimately, this would actually need to be quite raised. Ultimately aiming over there. So I'd say somewhere here. Are they ramps? Oh yeah, we still have the ramps. I forgot about them. That's cool. We could use the standard things here, actually. Make it look a bit better. Just bring that across. Good thing is, I suppose we're just bringing water down. Shouldn't be a problem. Alright, make it copper, I suppose. Now, how much water do we need? Once it's coincidence, twice is happenstance, 3 times is enemy action. That's funny. Oh, right, we don't need that much at all. Nice. Only 60 water. Wow. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. So it'll have to be like somewhere here and then move into it. No, I'm tight for time, so we're going to do it right. Or this part, anyway. Part there. These just work. Okay. Need those straight pipes, man. Ugh. We're almost there. It was a very fun stream today. I really enjoyed talking about PlayStation at the beginning of it for so long. Or just memories, really. Not just PlayStation, but early gaming memories. Talked about Total War as well. That was fun. Alright. Now. Try this again. Like it just comes straight out of the waterfall. Now remember, there will be a roof on this place. That's the idea. There'll be little skylights and things, but I want it to be very ambient. Want there to be good ambience. See how that all works. Okay, so that's the water. The next thing is just doing the canisters. So again, the iron is there and the coal is just over the hill. So I'm just gonna do this quick and dirty. We needed, I can't remember how many. Something like, I think it was 160. I just want to double check. Yeah, 160 canisters. All right. 160 canisters coming in hot, and they're just going to be coming in somewhere maybe just over here. We'll just bring them in and tuck them in that way, make it kind of quick. So we're making steel canisters, which means we need steel first, which means we need a foundry, a portable miner. We need 4 of these. I've gone up the waterfall. It's not straight. It's okay. It'll have to do for today. I'm just very tight in time now. Actually, I'll leave that just off for a second. Right, so to make steel, we need to put it into a foundry, right? Let's see if we have any other recipe that we could do that with. But iron, coal, steel, that's all I've got right now. Fine. And do you make the canister first? Yeah, you do, right? That's what we just got. The steel canister. Empty canister. Yep. 40 to 40, 4, 8, 12, 16. So we need 4 of those. 4 constructors. Okay. Hope I can make that much steel, actually. It's kind of a lot. We need 160 steel. Okay, yeah, we can do it. So 4 foundries, underclocked a little bit. We'll go straight into... Okay, yeah, cool. Flat. Almost flat. Not that it really needs to be, but it'll just help me even just building here at the beginning. Alright, kind of as far as we can go. So, constructor. be those 4, and they need to be doing canister. They don't need any change, that's fine. We'll need the 4 foundries then here. They don't line up anyway, but it would have been nice. Actually, only take up 1 foundation. No, they don't. They take up a little more because they try to move, but we can shift them. No, you can't. Actually, we'll use this. I'm sorry. Sorry. You're in the way, but it'll be a good test with the mycelia. What time is it? For me, it's 20 to 12. Completely mess up my day tomorrow. I mean, it probably already has, but Full Rosé wouldn't go on longer than midnight. I'm just late to the start of the stream. Normally, I'd like to start around 3 p.m. I didn't start today till like 7. Busy. You doing that Anno videos? All right. Okay, so you're gonna do steel ingots, and we're gonna make sure you do 40 out. Keep you balanced. Okay. A little close for my liking, but whatever. And just to keep a bit of distance, we don't get too complicated, just bring this along this way. It's 160, everything's Mark III. Alright, something like this. Alright, cool. That's the bottom one, and then we need to do the same for up here. Gonna come from over here, I guess. Alright, we'll just drag it out. Can't have that. There's a limit how far I'm willing to go. And then I guess, yeah, just an elevator, long lift. Suppose this would technically, well, we is that the right height to go in? Yeah, so drop it there, I guess. 6. It's Tim the Toolman Taylor. UK, it's 11:41. 23:41. Cool time. How do you not get addicted and lose track of all time? I do, yeah. I've been going for 4:46. Yeah, I'd like to just go for about 5 hours, which would be hitting midnight. Alright, so that's hooked up now. Oh, no, it's not. Almost, we're almost there. I could just go straight in here, there, right? Alright, Mark 3 out of our minds. And then this is all the canisters. The canisters can all combine up and then just come down here. So let's just do that again. Again, super quick and dirty. I think that's right. Can't even see what I'm looking at. Yeah. Whatever, man. You know? Whatever. Just get it pretty close and that'll be fine. That will be the toughest thing to do, which is line the stuff up nicely, I guess. You know? In the future. Now, I'm also going to have to run back to base and pick up the massive container I have of just biomass. Crap. Alright, Mark 3 out of our minds. You're good. Cool. Same thing here. Alright, so these just need to be connected and that'll be hooked up and then we'll connect those as well. So, I'm going to run back to base, going to pick up tons of biomass, dump this container. I think that's pretty much everything, right? Am I missing anything? We just have to hook up the water and the miners and then this place and dump our stuff in and it should work. Exciting. We're almost there. Sorry for going a bit quiet, but I was just trying to get it done. So we'll just zip line our way back. Shouldn't be too long and we'll zip line back again. Alright, cool. Can catch that. Howdy, what is that flying contraption you're using? Hoverback. Cool, never used it before. Yeah, it's in the... Oh no, you get it in the milestone. I was going to say that you get it in the MAM, but you do just get it in one of the milestones. Tier 6 or Tier 7, I think. But it's great. You need to be next to power poles to use it, but they've increased the distance a lot, so you can now just glide quite nicely. I'm excited to see it work too, yeah. I had to rush it here towards the end, but we should be able to just throw things into it, fire it on, and it should work just fine, I think. So back at my base, I've got huge containers of... Oh no! Yeah, one's just full of leaves. I'm going to try and take as much variety as I can. We have some slugs that I haven't used either, so that's good. It would be really nice actually if I could find that second sloop, because the factory won't be balanced without it. I could zipline and sloop at the same time. Check for sloops. Oh, someone did say that we went right past one down there actually, so maybe on the way back we'll find that one. Got one. Oh my god. Come at me. Oh, little babies are missing their mom. Guessing it's actually up, although it could be in a cave. Right. Oh no. There it is. The spider was protecting it all along. I know there's a hard drive, it's fine. Have we got it? No, we haven't. I'll get it on the way back. I'll get it one day. Nailed it. Anyway, it ceased to want to live. Yeah, just like, see you later. Some say it's still falling. It is a long journey, but the good news is once we dump stuff in there, then it's just like over a long time it'll just constantly add itself back to my inventory. The problem with the update 8 build, where I built inside of a cave that was really hard to get to, was still that, sure, you might only have to dump stuff in there once or twice and it'll make loads. You still had to go in there to get it. Now we don't even have to do that. So that's quite nice. Only have to go there when we want to fill up a container. Or empty a container, I should say. Would be cool to build in like a little truck station so we just drive a truck full of biomass in there. Guess we have done a lot in the world actually when you go past it all. It's kind of cool. Even if it is chaotic and messy. The cave build, yeah, I love the cave build, it's great. I mean, throw a depot in there now and it's perfect, right? Pretty much. And you don't need the color cartridges and stuff, you can change that to something else. Power shards, I guess, loop it. Perfect might be a strong word, but yeah, pretty good. Alright, here's the containers just full of crap. Oh, including biomass as well, if you want to test that. We wanted to test that out. So I'm just going to build 2 temporary containers here of just my inventory. Dump everything in. Give me that, give me that, that. That. Please. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll just come back out if we throw it in. Good test as well. We'll throw everything in, just see what happens to everything. Is that it? Alright. Here, we'll just give me all that. And here. Solid biofuel. We didn't catch that. So I'll have to add in something for that. Need an error catching so the solid biofuel bypasses its lines and goes towards the refinery. Cool. Loads of stuff. I'll just take the rest of this now. Taking up so much space. And we've still got stuff in here. Give me all the slugs. Anything else? Remains, I guess I'll type. Nice. Cool. Look at this. This is going to be so much biomass. I'm not even going to know what to do with it. Oh, leaves. Got leaves uploaded to the cloud even. Don't waste anything. Try not to. I did waste some stuff today and I felt kind of bad about it. Biofuel in there. Alright, cool. An overflow splitter where some biofuel goes into the cloud might be kind of nice. Because it's good to have for the chainsaw. I'll have to think about that. Alright, let's head back. I think I've got everything I need, really. This is LeMichael? I don't think so. That jetpack out. Oh my god, it's burning solid biofuel. Alright, let's go. Let's do this thing. Let's wrap this up. Hey, Lost. Yeah, buddy, you gay, right? Sure, I'm super gay. Why not? Again, just thinking of The Office. I think Michael is saying something like, he's like, oh, I'm not gay. I'm like so far the other way that if I was gay, I'd be like the gayest person ever. It's like, that's so funny. Yay, yay. What GPU do you have? I've got an RTX 3090. If you want to see my spec, just go to whatdarrenplays.com/spec, S-P-E-C. whatdarrenplays.com/spec. Oh, I actually left my filters behind. A little dangerous. We'll be alright though. Oh, I lost some momentum there. Are you gonna depot any solid biofuel? Yeah, I just mentioned that. It just came to mind when I looked at it, and I was like, oh yeah, you do need it for the chainsaw. So I'm not at the moment, but oh man, this is where I built my quartz factory. But it would be good to have like an overflow splitter, because we're gonna be making too much to go into those refineries. Well, actually, I guess we're not. The answer is no at the moment. No. I do have a lot, so I just don't think it's a problem, but eventually it probably will be, so it's, yeah, it's a shame I didn't think of it. It's too late now, though. Maybe, next stream when we look back at this place, maybe we can find a way to cram it in somewhere. So we're already slooping the biofuel. Oh, no worries. Baby diapers, oof. It's been circled, the eyes, okay. Recently had a fellow gamer buddy give me his old 3050 to replace my older 980. Yeah, I had a 980 Ti, and then I went up to a 3090. 980 is ancient. You ever hook everything up to power over there? Oh, you know what? I didn't actually. We have to still do that. We just got a little bit of time before we can get started. Let's hook these machines up. I do have a power source here, so we'll pull off of this one. This was just to fly around. Start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll start with a power pole Mark II here. Oh, interesting. Didn't catch the recipe on that one. It's also wrong, so that's good that we caught that. Any undefined, so any undefined then spitter. Any undefined and then hatcher. Any undefined and then stinger. You put that sloop in as well. I just want to make sure that's right. Yeah, and the slugs will roll through then. Now, because of the way everything works, it still goes stack by stack, so it would be nice if you had a completely uneven sushi belt that could get messed up. We could try and make that happen, I guess, a little bit. Pick that up in a minute. Right. Okay, that's in now as well. Might be it. I think we're ready to start. But did I forget anything before we get this going? You would get more if you slooped them, everything. Yeah, it'd be great to do that, but I don't... Oh, you mean overall? I don't know. Yeah, it's like... I guess you could do the math on that. I'm not going to do it, but so you'd get 40 out, 40 for everything, right? You get 40... You double your protein, obviously, but it's all set at 20, unlike these. This one might be the ones to think about more seriously, because that's 1,500 per minute. There's no belt that can even do that, and it's not even slooped or anything. So it's like, that can't be touched, but you could, in theory, make 200, and it'd just be an instant stack every time it does, like in 4 seconds. But that'd be awesome to see. But this one, for instance, you know, like 300, 120, 600, like those are like really, that's really amplifying your biomass. Whereas you'll get that, but it's all about, that's about speed, I suppose. That's like per minute. For pure volume, I think you want to go back as far to the source as you can, rather than at the end, I think. But I don't know. So I'd imagine, yeah, doubling your protein just straight off the bat means that these are all then, you know, doubled as well, and everything else is doubled. So you want to, I would imagine starting at the beginning and doubling the entry points is better than doubling the end point. I don't know, though. Interesting to see what that math look like. Just run the example. You could even just build it and test it, instead of having to spend too long with it. Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to know. Yeah, so I haven't hooked up the extractors yet. I didn't say I turned it on. I was just wondering if it was ready to go. But yeah, we'll turn on the water extractor first, just to fill that up. Let's do that. That'll get us started. It's nice that it's nighttime. We wanted it to be ambient down here. The idea, even though we can fly, is that there will be a roof on this just below the waterfall. And maybe a bit further back than this, we'll get into a hypertube that's in the water. And it'll shoot us down. And we'll arrive in here. We'll drop our bio-organic material in there. We should be able to collect the packaged liquid here. We just need to clean up some of the cosmetics and all of that, obviously. So the next thing will be, I suppose, starting up the miners. Now, I didn't actually check if they're clocked correctly. 4, 8, 12, 16. It's just 160 each, isn't it? So let's do that. Alright, iron has begun. This one needs a shard. Oh no, I didn't bring shards with me. Well, I suppose we could make at least one manually. Unless... Ah. Alright, cool. What are those purple light strips? Signs? Yes, they're signs. So there's a barrier here. There's a sign behind it. If you click layout and select one of the layouts with just text, and then just remove the text, select the background color to be any color you want, and then change the emission strength to be like bright, just some sort of light. And then you also need to be playing with global illumination on. And then you get like ambient light. It's not actually that effective right now. It looks okay, but if we had a ceiling and some other things in front, it does actually like cast light properly. Like it lights up these, you know, you can actually see it reflecting here. The bigger the sign, the more the light as well, so you can actually do really interesting and cool things sometimes. Like if we get a painted beam, we switch to freeform mode. You could just beam it across here, just as an example. We get something then like sign, a large billboard, maybe one that's not so large, just something like that as an example. And one there. Do the same thing. We go to set text, click that, remove that, click this, maybe bring it to, I don't know, a blue could look kind of cool. Put that to 3. Copy and paste that, set that one here, change this one maybe to a purple to get that kind of dynamic contrast. Fall back down. Obviously, it just did it super quickly, but that's like the general idea and the effect that you can get from it. So yeah, with the right use, you can make things look really nice. Alright, I would imagine our water is still not full, actually. Okay. And have we made any canisters yet? Oh, these aren't powered. Whoops. All hooked up now. Good. Alright, the foundries. Steel is rolling out. 40 per minute. Which means I think it's time... Actually, it's not time yet. Ooh, can't have that. dropping crates all over the place because I keep opening up things from the, I'll tell you what, let's just throw in some stuff then. Hang on. Anyway, science. Thank you, canisters. Yep. Okay, cool. Canisters are in production, and they're just going to be rolling. Oh, you know what? We never hooked them up either. That's the very, very last thing. That needs to be Mark III. Alright, the canisters are here. Let's turn this thing on. The idea was that we could just chaotically throw things in here. Now, the solid biofuel won't be handled. It'll just come back out. Just do something like that. Mix it all up. Even some stuff that we know won't work. Just test it. Stress test the system. And then leaves. Let's see what happens. There we go. Yeah, so this is what happens basically. It's like it'll do stack by stack and then break it out into other things. So the first bit is just going to be now made into biomass. The biomass is going to roll around. And it goes in very high volume. Made into to be made into biofuel. 120 per minute. 60 per minute each. First biofuel is rolling out. It's easy as that. The whole point though is just that we can run down, dump stuff in there, and then we don't have to think about anything. It'll be nice to have a walkway then. We can walk up and over this place and then have a roof on it, have some of those nice lights. When it's nighttime, it'll look real nice, real clean. Alright, the leaves are making their way in. It could be argued that maybe like what you'd want to do is almost create a super fast belt. Look, it then goes into a series of storage container buffers rather than going straight into the constructors. That way, everything will just like flood out, and all the a lot of the machines will work at the same time. So maybe that would have been a slight better move. But we're ultimately always going to be limited by this, so it would kind of work out the same. But it might be more satisfying watching that initial programmable splitter split things a bit quicker, you know? I was trying to divide it up so that it takes... Oh, it's actually just going to take from the bottom, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot that actually. That's going to be a bit boring for a while. Let's do some of the remains. Bit high up, I think, to be casting much light, although it's kind of working. Oh no, it does work. Love it. There we go. A couple constructors firing at the same time. I found that without buffers it was kind of rough. I plan on rebuilding to add them in. Still going? Yeah, just about done now though. How was it? And my watch has died. That's how late it is. Oh, we're just a little bit after 12. We're pretty much done though now. Oh, hey, there we go. That's what we like to see. Mark that off the list. Done. Now we can set this preferred type packaged liquid biofuel. We need to take out of the inventory. There we go. Feels good to be back, man. Hey, what's going on here? That shouldn't happen, right? 69%. Ah, there's the problem. It'll build its way up now. And then 120 out. Quite happy with that. And also, we should be making power shards. Did I throw in the slugs? Can't remember. Oh, no, I didn't. Let the slugs get in there. Alright, we'll just wait till the slugs are done and then we'll call it. 9 minutes overtime, yeah, indeed. You're gonna make it like 1 million biofuel, brother. I feel like you're missing out on tickets. Ah, don't worry about the tickets. I want the biofuel. I'm gonna power everything with biofuel. All my drones will run on biofuel. Look at my little slugs. Rolling away. Fix it paying me time and a half. That'd be nice. I feel like if I run overtime, I pay them. I like the idea of people watching this going like, think of the tickets! The tickets! That could have been like 100,000 points. How many does this put out per minute? 25 per minute. Slooped out of their minds. Now we didn't have any shards in the thing, so we'll see how many we get. I mean, not that hard to do the math on it, but I'm just curious when we get them. Last thing I wanted to do is do that, the junctions. Make them that unpainted color or whatever. It'll look quite nice. This will look like, I mean, I wish there was some scenery out there, you know, like the mountains that we could see. It's quite foggy, because I was going to build like big windows. It's like, oh, we can look and enjoy the view. We can enjoy the blue. There's a few little tricks you can do with those signs as well, such as putting them on the ground. And then you can kind of, if I lowered it just a little bit, we could make this place look really futuristic, or I don't know what the word would be, techno or something. Because I did that in my turbo fuel plant and it looks so cool. It looks like the floor is lava. It's all underneath the generators. This like red color. Here we could have like this electric blue or something. That would obviously be extreme. But the idea that like, yeah, maybe underneath the belts here, but it would be on all the time. It'd be cool if you could activate it when the machines turn on or something. Alright, so they've all been sucked up immediately, so shard. You got 43, 44. Oh yeah, they're still in here. So just over 50. Nice, good job. And then I suppose we could do carbon steel. %. Need to get these up to 100. They should be getting up to 100 now, though. Yeah, I think there was just that initial belt that wasn't the right speed, but it looks like we're good now. We're rolling. So much biofuel. Love it. We've already got like 500. Wow. Great. It works. And I look how much crap I've got. So now is really just like when you get lazy, just dump it all in. And we can check our overflow. Yeah, so these are the things I threw in that don't go anywhere, right? 300 per minute. That's the problem with it, right? Without buffers, it'll wait for each stack to clear. And it's not really, in some ways it's not a problem because the output is still running at 100%. It just isn't as satisfying watching things go in if you know that you're just waiting for a giant backlog. But at the end of the day, it's still the same rate of biofuel no matter what. 160 packaged liquid biofuel per minute. Way more than we need. But yeah, a lot. We could use drones and stuff with that. I like it. Maybe all my trucks will be powered on it now. Overflow back into a depot. I thought about that, but no, because I don't know. It's more like I just dumped something in there. Yeah, I did think about it genuinely, but I remember thinking in my head, I was like, well, what if it just gets backed up? Like, if I threw something in and it was already full, then it would just stop in the container anyway. So I just kind of thought like, does it need to go back into the depot? Not really. It might be a little bit of a benefit, but it only if there was room for it, you know? So it's like, So I think it's okay to leave it the way it is. It's just like, oh, I dumped something in by accident. You should know that when you do it, ideally. Then you just go pick it back up. That's the concept, I suppose. The last thing I do need to do, I'm not going to do it now, but is solid biofuel needs a way out, or a way to go somewhere else. So we could say out the right here. That's where solid biofuel goes. Maybe at the end here, it could go up and over and then join onto that. That would actually work. That'd be nice. Yeah, so straight along here, up and over. So up and over that belt. And then just hard bank to the left and merge onto these. That'd be where the extra solid biofuel can go. So I could do that as well. I'm just going to write that down. Right there, that's fine. Add solid biofuel catch. Alright, anyways, that is going to be it for sure now. Thank you very much for watching. This was super fun. We finished our aluminum, we advanced 2 milestones, and we built a packaged biofuel area. And, you know, from here, with a certain angle, maybe right there, it looks good. Something like that. But we'll make it look good in the next stream. It shouldn't take too long. Just slap some walls on it, some lights inside. The positioning of the machines are all basically the same now. Alright, that's going to be it for me. I'll be back on Wednesday next week. Try not to be too late again. This is stream number 16. And these saves are available for you as well. So if you ever want to dick around or play around and see what's going on, you can always do that. Good night. Good night. Thanks for a great week, by the way. Always appreciate people coming out to support. Or just, I appreciate people being here, but people dropped a lot of support, so thank you. If you got a sloop every time you said out of their minds, you'd be slooped out of your mind. I love it. Does this game allow truck stations with routes you can just send manually? No, that would be cool. Although, kind of, you can add a power switch to a station, and if you flick the switch, the station would activate and then the route would resume. So that kind of would work, actually. So yeah, kind of. Once you make a route, you can... Oh, sorry, actually it was just answered. Manually restart by making a truck and... Oh, by making a truck and setting the route. That's true as well, yeah, I didn't think of that. A truck will wait at a station if there's no power. So if you hook up power to the station, then it'll only leave when you flick the switch. That's one way, but you could also just deploy the truck, set and give it the route, and then set it off. That would work too. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your week and weekend if I don't see you. And I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. Hopefully this series will start soon as well, this 1.0 video series rather than stream. But we'll still be continuing the streams, of course. Alright, that's going to be it. Thank you very much for watching. And I'll hopefully see you next week. Goodbye.